They were here. Inside the boat here. Oh, I said good. Hello. Should we change the camera angle? Should we change the camera angle?
the clicker was set. Yes, I try. Good morning, everyone. Looks like you people didn't have breakfast. Okay, again, once more. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, that's the spirit. So, first of all, welcome to IISc, and we are all here to for this workshop on present and future computing system. This is a 4-day workshop. Today is the first day. So, okay, so I have to sit down. So first of all, who are we? Myself, Sumit. I am an assistant professor in this department, Department of Computer Science and Automation. Then we have the organizers, Veena, and the other volunteers. So this QR code will give you the page where we have listed the volunteers. Also, they have the tag, volunteer written on it. So if you have any question, any difficulty, any doubt regarding logistics, please reach out to them, and then they will help you. Okay. Um, then who are you? So you have come from different parts of India. So all the way from Jammu and Kashmir to Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and many of you are from Bangalore, right? So I would say start interacting between each other. So I think you will get to know new people here. So that's the another motivation of this workshop. You'll get to know new people. You'll get to see what they are doing and so on and so forth, right? And who will be listening to our esteemed speakers are also from different parts of India. Yeah, we couldn't cover from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, but we have covered from Gujarat to Guwahati. Okay, so there will be total 17 speakers, and they are professors in different IITs. Then from IIIT Bangalore, there are speakers from industry, and so on and so forth. So there will be one industry, or rather three industry speakers from AMD Bangalore today. Then there'll be a speaker from Microsoft also. Okay, maybe you should interact with them because I think many of you are looking for internship, looking for job. So why don't you teach yourself to them, right? And then remember, so here there'll be many speakers, and you will forget, right? Whatever they are saying today, maybe you will forget on the fourth day. So we have given you notepad and pen. Make use of those, and so take notes. So we'll check the notes on the fourth day, and then only we'll give you the certificate. No, I'm serious. Okay, don't worry. We'll not check your notes. But yeah, take notes. I mean, that's the most important thing. If you don't take notes, then you will forget. And many of the things probably you want to think it offline, or you want to give it a more thought later. So take notes, try to remember things, and ask questions. Okay. So there'll be speaker, and you guys are like 80 or maybe more than that. There are people on live on YouTube also, right? So ask questions. This is a very, very important thing. I am pretty sure that I mean none of you can understand 100% of the thing. So it's a very important step. Ask question. Get uh, get to know what the speakers are trying to convey. Get to know what are they trying to do, or at least get the high level idea. Okay. So you have to ask question. Okay. Or if you don't ask question, I will pick someone from you randomly and then make you ask question by the way. Okay, and then interact with speakers attendees. So we'll have many refreshment sessions, like we have morning coffee session, then lunch, then high tea. So those are the opportunities where you will interact with these speakers. And when you interact with these speakers, you will get to know that there are like many domain of things. Like probably you are pursuing education in one domain, but then you will get to know some new domains and that may interest you where you can pursue further education or further research, right? So interaction is a very important step for this workshop, or it's a very important motivation for this workshop, I would say. And then not only with the speakers, you should interact with attendees. I mean, all of them are your peers. You can think that all of them, all the other attendees are your peers. So you should interact, and then maybe you all know that tomorrow and day after tomorrow there will be the hands-on session from CDAC, right? And then for that, as I already conveyed to you, that there will be groups of two who will be sharing the boards. So you have to make the groups if you have not made already. For that, you have to interact and get to know them. Correct? Any questions so far? Okay, you have to ask question, by the way. I am leaving for you now because it's early in the morning. So you can post your thoughts with hashtags. Our department has hashtags. We are present in Twitter. You can do @IISc. How many of you have Twitter account? Okay, so then all of you should post hashtags in Twitter. We are also present in LinkedIn. You can tag us with @computer science and automation. I'm guessing all of you has LinkedIn. How many of you have LinkedIn? Nice, very good. So yes, post your thoughts with hashtags. That will be useful for others too. And then one another thing is like you are here, but remember that from your university, so we got 350 plus applicants or 350 plus registrations, okay, from different universities from different places, and then we had to choose around 80 people, okay, because of course you see we means there has to be some limitation, correct? So that means you are here and many of your friends are not here. So use this opportunity, go back to your university, go back to your friends and explain them what you learned, what are the knowledges you gain, right? And that way only it will be fair to them, correct? We are also doing live streaming on YouTube. If you go to the workshop webpage, you will see that there is that live stream link. So you can share that link with your friend, with anyone you know who are interested in the domain. So the live streaming is on, and then we will not share the live stream link for the Monday's talk. To get the live stream link, you have to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Okay. So whoever is interested in this kind of talk, if they are not attending, then let them know that we are live streaming all the talks. Not, of course, not the hands-on session because it doesn't make sense to live stream the hands-on session. So this live stream link is already shared in the workshop web page, but we are not going to share the live stream link for Monday's talks. If someone is interested, they have to subscribe to CSA channel IISc. Then automatically they will get notification when the live stream is up, right? Any question before that? No question? Okay. So for the rest of the talk, I don't, not the rest of the talk, for the rest of the day or for the rest of the workshop, I don't want this silent audience, by the way. Okay, I will come back again on the stage, don't worry. So this is today's agenda in the forenoon. I will be chairing this session. So after me, Vinod will be coming and addressing you people, followed by talk by Harsh regarding future accelerators. Then we'll go for a tea break. Then Preeti will talk about supercomputing system, and the session will end with Sarani's talk with regarding microarchitectural security. Okay. Anything else? Any question? Okay. So if there are no question, then again, welcome again. So have fun, interact with people, and hopefully you will have a good takeaway from this workshop. Okay. Thank you. We'll now go to the next presentation. So we have to move to the next presentation. So yeah, welcome Vinod. So he is here.
OIR.
Okay. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome everyone. My name is Vinod. I'm currently the chair of the department. So I'm a systems person, but unfortunately, I'm not giving you a systems talk today. Here, more to tell you about the institute, the department, and so on. So let me start with a few words about our institute. How many of you here know the history of the institute? It has a very interesting history. Who it was founded by? Who? That's one of the people involved. Okay, so there were three main actors. And so, of course, you heard the name of J.N. Tata. And in Bangalore, if you go around anywhere, it's known as Tata Institute rather than the Indian Institute of Science. And people think it belongs to Tata Group. It doesn't. But anyway, so the history of the institute is that J.N. Tata was on a ship. He was on his way to, I believe, Japan, and the year was 1903. And on the ship, he happened to meet another great personality whose birthday is today. Any guesses as to who this person is? Yeah, so he met Swami Vivekananda there, and he was thinking about this for a long time. He had a vision of having an indigenous institute that would do research in the technologies of the day, right? So I think what was on his mind was latest technologies for refining ores and so on. So he wanted at that point to set up an institute that would pursue this kind of research in India. And so he laid this vision out to Swami Vivekananda in the course of a conversation. But unfortunately, J.N. Tata did not live long enough to see his vision realized. He passed away the very next year. But Swami Vivekananda, being the man that he was, he took it upon himself to convince the powers that be at that point, the British administration, to set up the institute in India. And so a large part of the credit for setting up the institute goes to Swami Vivekananda. And of course, after that, there was the question of where should we set it up? And there were a number of places that were debated, Jamshedpur being one. But ultimately, if you have to set up an institute of this sort, you need land. And that's where the third great person comes into play, which is the Maharaja of Mysore, Krishnaraja Wadiyar. So he essentially donated this land free of cost. And the only condition that he had was set up an educational institute there. And so that's why we are here. And the institute formally came to being in 1909. So we are celebrating 115 years now. And so that's the history of the institute. It started off with two departments, chemical technology and electrical technology. And so our own department, computer science and automation, came to being in 1969 or 1971, depending upon how you count. And I'll tell you precisely more. So you will have heard of computer science departments. You would have heard about information sciences departments. You would never have heard about a computer science and automation department, right? And so in that way, I think we are probably the only such department in the world. And the name automation is, again, a historical carryover. And so here's the history that sort of explains why. So these were the people who founded our department. Initially, there was this notion of automation, and it came from electrical, the electrical side of things. They wanted ways and means by which to develop algorithms to automate control systems. And so that's how the department here started. So Professor Dikshitalu in 1969, he started this department as an informal unit, and Professor I.G. Sharma was our founding chair. And we recently celebrated our Golden Jubilee commemoration in 2019. So that's where we came from. And where we are now is this slide essentially tells you where we are. So at present, we are the top-ranked computer science department in India. And of course, there are a number of rankings that are available on the web. Many of them bogus, but every institute comes first in some ranking, right? So you have that many rankings. So what we go by is this website called csrankings.org, which measures research output in terms of publications at the very top places, right? So what the worldwide community has decided as the flagship venues to publish, cutting edge work in, for example, computer systems, in theory, as well as in machine learning. There is this website, csrankings.org. You can go and check it out. It's available. And all of the data is open, right? So what they do is that they essentially see where people from that institute are publishing, right? And if you just look at, where the papers are, you will see that people from here essentially feature at the very top of CS rankings. So we are the top ranked department in csrankings.org. And as of late last year, we are the only Indian CS department in the top 100 in the worldwide rankings in this particular ranking. So anyway, right, so that is if you want to do bean counting, you want to count numbers. But in any case, right, in terms of impact, I'll have a lot more to say about this. We have a global presence at all the international research forums, which is conferences, journals, symposia. And many of these are of the first in India kind, right? So there's this worldwide conference that's been running for several years, several decades. For a long time, there were no papers in India from there. And you will see that, the very first paper in this conference, often you'll see that the author is from the Indian Institute of Science. And our graduates are highly sought after nationally and internationally, both in academia and industry. Okay, so the department pursues research in a number of areas, cross-disciplinary as well as in core CS. So we have a number of new initiatives. So there's an initiative on AI ML, which is recently set up. And for those of you that were entering the institute from the main gate, you would have noticed construction on either side. Essentially, that Kotak IISc AI Center is coming up in one of the sites. We have a new center of excellence in cybersecurity to examine cybersecurity issues in the power grid, right? So power distribution these days is controlled by computers, not like it was several decades ago. It's not just electrical technology; everything interacts with computer systems, and so these systems turn out to be extremely buggy. And to the extent that if you were to hack into them, you can cause blackouts for large portions of India. And so there is a concern that we should look at this, and so there's a new center of excellence that's been set up here. There is work on cyber physical systems, Robert Bosch Center for Cyber Physical Systems. It was set up originally by Robert Bosch, but it's now a core department in the institute. There is the Center for Brain Research, which is conducting work in mental health issues, especially on the geriatric side. So they're looking at Alzheimer's and all of these things. And there is this AI and robotics technology park, which is fostering startups in this area under the auspices of IISc. And so we do work in the traditional three umbrellas of CS: computer systems, AI, as well as theory. And what I've listed here is just some examples of projects that are going on, right? By no means comprehensive and sort of color-coded to match the three different areas. I hope you will hear about some of these things in over the next 4 days. And of course, we explore applications of all of these things to several areas, for example, to agriculture, to business analytics, and so on. The department itself offers mostly postgraduate programs. So we have a PhD program, an MTech by research program, which is essentially an MTech program that's sort of extended by another semester or so, that is much more research intensive than your typical MTech coursework program. So you come in for a period of 2.5 years, 2 years of which you end up doing a thesis project that is that undergoes a very rigorous review process, right? So you have to defend a thesis just like you would do a PhD thesis, but you can think about it like around 1/3 of a PhD. So that's the MTech by research. Our MTech by coursework program, of course, is probably known to all of you, and we also have MTech in AI. We are also a core participant in a fairly new BTech program that has been started by the institute. It's a BTech in Maths and Computing program, and it's just in its second year now. But of course, the fact that computing comes in the name means that we are a core participant in one of these in these programs, as together with the mathematics as well as other affiliated departments. So roughly, this is the breakdown of our student body. We have around 300 students as of last month or so. And you can roughly see how the number of students is broken down. So we have around 73 PhD students. There's also an external research program. So this is people working in industry, full-time in industry, but sort of also completing their PhD here by enrolling via the company. Okay, so that's the ERP program. In tech research, we have around 20 students. And our MTech, we have 145 students. MTech AI is 23, and there's also an MTech AI online that's still small scale, but growing. All right, so in terms of faculty members, we are 25 core faculty members in this department and also 4 others from other departments with areas with areas sort of that are related to CS, and a roughly equal breakdown between theory, systems, and machine learning. Okay, and most of the folks here are trained at the very top places, both worldwide as well as in India. So all of my colleagues are very highly decorated, winning top prizes. So we have fellows of the ACM, the IEEE. These are the top institutions worldwide that sort of bodies worldwide, professional bodies that sponsor or support work in computer science. Winners of the Shakti-Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, the Infosys Prize, and so on, and also extremely competitive industry funding, such as the Google Research Grant every year, JP Morgan, Sony, and Qualcomm Research Awards. Right. So these are competitive things to which you apply. You have to convince a panel of people that your work is worth funding. Right. So people are often hesitant to put money unless they are convinced, and so this is the proof in the pudding there. All of that is the faculty, but we are not anywhere without our students, and so we are very happy about all of our student accomplishments, and all of our PhD and MTech graduates are in high demand. Many of our PhD and MTech alumni are placed in top academic departments, industrial research lab worldwide. So for example, I'm just listing over here where some of our PhD graduates went for tenure track positions. So recently in the last 6 years, so Rutgers, Amsterdam, TU Munich, Microsoft Research, Google, NVIDIA, IIT Kharagpur, Bombay, Madras, and these are just last 6 years or so. And if you look historically, around 60 plus of our alumni have are faculty in all of these leading institutes worldwide, as well as in India, and several are leaders in industry. All right, so also in terms of awards, many of our students are highly decorated. So ACM India, it actually has an annual PhD dissertation award competition. So they choose the best PhD dissertation in India and sort of award it. And we have, so I think it is in its 11th or 12th year now. And our students are either outright winners or runner-ups on a regular basis, 2017, 21, 22, and 23. In fact, the winner in the honorable mention in 24 is also from the Indian Institute of Science, from our computational and data science department. Okay, so there should be a 5th entry there. And of course, as I said, all of our students are in high demand, so they have also received these competitive fellowships. Google, IBM, TCS, Infosys, and so on. Okay, so our department has also been quite active in the startup space. Many of you may not know this, Wipro was founded here. Okay, Wipro Infotech was founded here. The room in which Wipro was started is the ground floor. Professor Sumit can show it to you later on. That's where Wipro was founded in 1979. Okay, and there are, so Strand Life Sciences is another life sciences company that was founded here. SimTutor, if you have heard, was also created here downstairs. Mimic is an AR VR simulation tools startup, and Polymage Labs is one that's currently founded by one of our colleagues, Professor Uday, and he works on compilers for AI, for things like image processing pipelines and so on. So he looks at how compilers can speed up these things. Okay, so that's our entrepreneurship and industry impact, and of course, we look forward to our students starting many more. All right, so that's it. I'll keep it short. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer now, or some questions may pop up later. You can always write to me there. I'm happy to answer.
Okay, let's have a round of applause for Sumant. So, I wonder why don't you have any question? Ask him some tough questions. Maybe I should define tough. Okay.
So are you providing a postdoctorate program in
Yeah, we have postdocs, and so the way that you would end up doing a postdoc is either you approach the individual faculty member. Generally, postdocs means that the faculty member has to find funding, or there are certain competitive postdocs available at the institute level. So, for example, there is a C.V. Raman postdoctoral fellowship and an IOE, which is the Institution of Eminence Fellowship. These things are managed by the institute, and so you can approach the faculty, but in order to get it, you have to go through this competitive process where your application would be pitted against all of the others who have applied, and there are very limited slots available.
Okay. Thanks once again for your time. We'll move to our next presenter. So he is Harsh Sharma. So he'll be starting the proceedings for the technical talk. So I'll give a brief introduction to him, and again ask questions. So if you have questions, then first raise your hand. Maybe you can introduce yourself, maybe your name, which year you are in, which institute you are from, and then you can ask questions. So that way, I'll also get to know who have come and who have not, right? So Harsh is currently a PhD doctoral candidate in the IISc department at Washington State University, Pullman, under Partha Pandey and Jana Doppa. He works on AI-driven design and optimization for server-scale applications with general research interest um, in artificial intelligence and machine learning for efficient chip design geared towards high-impact applications. Harsh has previously worked with Dhananjay Gadre at his lab and converged multiple projects, including one of the most cited course on NPTEL in embedded system design, an American Journal of Physics paper on science on stick apparatus, and helped spark tinkering in thousands of young kids from all over India at multiple venues. So that's the stage is yours.
Thank you, Sumit. Is this working? Can you?
Can you hear me? Hear him? No. It's not working.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Hi everyone. My name is Harsh, and I'm currently a PhD candidate at Washington State University. As Sumit just gave a very kind introduction about what I do and what have been my previous experiences. Today, I would like to take this stage to talk about this very cool idea, sounds like accelerating the future of electronics and beyond. And first, because I knew that most of the students who are listening here and online are BTech students who are probably graduating anytime soon, maybe going for jobs, or maybe have an interest in research in general. So I wanted to also give a little bit brief about what has been my previous experiences and my limited understanding of how things might work. So before that, I would like to lay down an agenda for this presentation. So first of all, which is a point being a bug for research, where I go about what kind of insect, if I may say so, you would want to be. Will it be a spider or a honeybee? We'll talk about it. Then the next point is where we come in as this idea of architecture 2.0, where now we are looking at an openness within the academia and industry, and there's a need of collaboration that we're talking about. I would talk a little bit about my previous experiences in sort of related work to where I stand right now in my research and work on AI chips and data-driven design currently. Talking about a little more technical details, what kind of work I work on, which is network or interposer design, and how maybe you can step into a new field, and how EDA, the design automation, which is probably correct for this department, the computer science and automation, the design automation kind of sits within the name. So talk about that idea and finally conclude if you have any questions. So first in 2024, this was a very interesting point which was pointed by one of my colleagues. I wasn't aware, it's a very common idea though, that do you want to be a honeybee or a spider? So if you think a little philosophically, a spider is someone who basically has a fixed sensor or a trap where basically there's a self-contained approach. The idea is that you have some notions, preconceived notions before, and you basically take any of the actions based on how far your web is, how far your reach is. Other option is being a honeybee, as you can see here, image generated by ChatGPT 4, where you're a honeybee who basically goes on different flowers, come back to a hub, which is the honeycomb, and produces the output, which is in form of honey. So do you want to be a spider or a honeybee? So when I first heard about it, it was, okay, yeah, honeybee sounds cool. You have a lot of collaborations, you have different experiences. Whereas there is another thought, if you're going to be a spider, where you would have a very fixed ideas, fixed thought processes, and you go about things. They could also be in general around, should we go for a job or should we go in research? Having very fixed ideas, is it how it works? Maybe not, in my opinion. So there are two ways. One is obviously having one single input, where you can see you're basically listening to one single compass. He could be a mentor, a professor, or you have multiple people doing multiple different things. Also here, one point of influence could be YouTube, who you're watching online, and who becomes the main source of motivation that if you should go for jobs or you should go within research. So is it, if you have multiple inputs, that's going to average out the outcome? Would you have a lower quality decision? I think maybe that is not true, because if you hear from different ideas, if you do different things in life, you never know how things might change. Whereas if I stand here giving a talk about a technical research idea, 5 years ago, I wasn't sure if I will do a PhD. So that ended up being my luck, where my current advisor accepted, and also my previous experiences put me in the right place at the right time. I'll talk a little bit more about it in the other slides. Before that, I would like to give a little bit insight on architecture 2.0, where now we are exacerbated by the difference and overwhelmed by how high the hardware flops have been growing, whereas the interconnect bandwidth have been slower, where we are between a compute and a bandwidth gap, where we are looking for scalable research paradigms, where we are trying to look for how we can improve the algorithms, how we can basically have better compute system. Even the workshop name, if you look at the emerging computing systems, we are exploring these ideas. How can we bridge that gap between how fast the processor can compute something and how fast can we communicate the data? So we have, this comes under SIGARCH, which is one of the leading computer architecture symposium, where they talk about there's a current need of algorithm data set infrastructure, there's best practices, how we go into making it more open and including more people to do research. So the problem comes within, where are there enough people, or how many people do you need to do research to make sure that this field pushes in the same way which is happening with computer sciences, where you get a new algorithm or a new model almost every month now, and the newer architecture, the emerging technology have not been able to keep pace with it. So this is by one of the professor who is kind of leading the effort, Vijay Janappa Reddy at Harvard, where they talk about within the design pipeline of a chip. If you look at what are the volumes that we are considering, we have design cost, which includes the entire pipeline of designing a chip, which becomes a major contributor to the total cost. So hence the design automation, can you somehow reduce the amount of human involvement into the loop so that the SoC cost, the system on chip, the designing cost of the chip actually goes down. As we go towards a high volume commercial product, it becomes a minor cost, but still there are things which are to be met, which are like the scheduling, which are critical throughout the board, and we need a performance, we need a limited performance that has to be maintained over our power within the time and constraints that we have within the chip, which becomes another field like static timing analysis. So before going into how I ended up in like this field and why you should care about working in ML computing systems, because IISc is probably the best place you can be. We'll look into it. Before that, I'll like to give a little bit of preamble where a lot of things failed for me personally, and the field changed entirely, which I never expected, but it changed for good. So one first example was because just before taking my flight here, my mom was having a blood test. So we've had this issue, her veins don't show up. So there was some non-invasive way can you make like a vein finder where you can basically have like an array of these near infrared LEDs, and the deoxygenated blood will show the vein where you have to cannulate. So I first tried prototyping this vein finder. It was in 2019. Went to a lot of hospitals around in Delhi. It turns out they use a rubber band which they just stuck on, and they just use their hand, and you're like, we don't really need that prototype. Fast forward a few years, I later realized that there was a paper by IIIT Delhi, one of the professors, Sujoy Dev, who was also advised by my current advisor. So that was interesting, where I could have taken a little more depth if I would have been aware or maybe contacted the professor in the first place that, you know what, this is something I'm trying. I made it in like 100 rupees, and this could be something, but it didn't work out. The next thing that we worked on, which was also like a BTech project, I guess a lot of people have here, which was a low power LoRa based, which is a communication protocol to do some kind of a water pollution monitoring. Just another project that you might hear about almost by any of your classmates. So we tried around in Yamuna. The basic idea was, can you have repeaters for some kind of a autonomous water pollution monitoring system, which looks like this. We made a PCB, we used a LoRa, which is like a fancier technology. If you have a line of sight, you can do a lot of communication. So, which was mostly in the embedded domain. So the next thing was donatesmartphone.in, which I will talk about in a few later slides. And final was this NPTEL course with my mentor, or the guy I worked for 4 years before I joined my PhD program. So I had a plethora of experiences around embedded system design and a lot of varying things where I think that internally I was more like a honeybee, even though I had the thought of a spider, where a lot of you might agree that, you know, you do algo DS, and that's the one way to get into jobs. If you want to get into any other place, you want to do lead code, there might be a little more variance that you might want to give yourself, where you can try different projects, and you might realize the benefits that you get, or the clarity for what you want to do essentially comes back. So you can connect the dots backward in a way that now I think that it makes much more sense that why I had so much variance. It now gives me a different perspective in what I do currently, which we'll talk about. So there was this one board which was pretty cool. I'll give you a interesting insight. So this, you must have seen, a lot of people might be aware, Arduino Nano, which is a very standard 200, 260 rupee with a cable that we use. So this was designed at this lab, the CUDT lab at my undergrad institute, NSIT. I don't know if you're aware, Nepalese. So here the basic idea was that you have to always program an Arduino Nano with a cable, and you use Arduino ID to press it, because there's a compiler driven design. Is there any way you put a firmware and have another connect so that you don't need the laptop anymore, and you can do some physical computing, like scientific computing experiments I talk about? So this was what we at our lab kind of coded, where was this library called FiSync Fermata, where the idea was you don't need your laptop anymore if you have a phone and you have a right connection on this board with probably a keyboard, because you want a keyboard to type your commands like this. You don't want to use your digital Instagram way of doing it. So turns out it worked very well, because now it was an interpreter based. You don't need the Arduino IDE anymore. You can directly write in Python. And this will do something as basic as a hello world for embedded system, which is like blinking a LED or taking input from sensors. So there was one experiment that we had right here, which is like, if you see, it's called thermistor, which is just a resistor which changes its resistance based on what is the temperature. So if I ask you, does hot water freezes faster than the cold water? So that experiment you can actually do. We did do that. It's called Mpemba effect, where hot water actually freezes faster than the cold water using this thermistor. So we in-house designed this board, and it became a cool moment for me. It was 2020. I was 21-year-old, where one of my friend calls, oh, you want to come play cricket or something? I was like, no, bro, I have to take a class. So the way it turned out was, for a 21-year-old, it became a cool moment that, oh, I made a board, I worked on this project, and now because of the lab I was in, we were teaching this course in DU, one of the college called KMC, for physics honors, about 80, 90 people. I was single-handedly teaching Python and scientific computing. So that became another point where I was lucky enough to be in a right place, which was a lab environment. Because if I would have been like a spider, where okay, this is the only path which is lead code, not looking into research in general and finding what I actually love, so that might not have happened. So anyone else could have easily done it. It was just that I was lucky enough to be there. There was another project which later went into this inexpensive setup, which all of you here must have heard about Faraday's law and Lenz's law, based on what magnet you drop. If it crosses a copper coil, you have a rate of change of flux and voltage is generated. The same setup, if you just take it out with Arduino Nano, we made a different PCB for doing a research project, which again stemmed out of it, and we published it in American Journal of Physics. After I started my PhD, it got accepted. So there were two reed switch, which are just two plates. As soon as a magnet passes, it connects. So there's a conductance path, so you can read that signal. Essentially, very simple idea, not something, but it one thing stemmed after the other. There was like series of events happening just because I was interested to do something within embedded systems, and I've heard about this professor doing a lot of cool things, and I was just there at the right time. So it's always important to be, open, be like a honeybee in a way that you're open to new ideas, having low inertia, where you can probably involve yourself and get your hands dirty doing things. Now, when the magnet passes through this coil, there's a rate of change of flux. Now, if you keep this coil a little too down, the voltage that is generated is going to be way more than what this ADC can handle. So we had like a op-amp to basically limit the amount of voltage that is generated, and then we again shoot it up in software. So that was one. Another thing that later happened because of all this exposure. Yes, please. Yeah.
I don't understand why, like, what's the point of the experiment?
So this is more like if you remember when we were like in high school, we had a pendulum experiment where you would have a pendulum, you have to calculate the time period of a pendulum. So this setup is essentially for someone who is hearing about Lenz's law or Faraday's law for the first time, not just on the paper, they want to actually experiment. So the way it used to do, if you drop a magnet based on what polarity, you'll have a wave going up, the voltage will be positive or negative. Then if there's Lenz's law, then you can actually backtrack based on what is the speed, because you can get what was the signal, you can basically estimate what is the speed of the magnet. You can also get what is the dipole moment, and using that you can backtrack what might have been the magnetic, like in Tesla's, how much is the magnetic capacity for the magnet, how strong the magnet is essentially. So a lot of experiments being done. We have this open sourced like a design. If you want to do it at your home, you can essentially just go on the paper and download from GitHub. Everything's available. So this exposure of doing random things, which we call as tinkering, because India has a culture of DIY, which essentially becomes don't do it yourself, because you have everyone available at your disposal to just wash your car, to do everything. I started my PhD outside, where I wash my dishes after every meal and make food, and now I'm a expert chef. So because having this DIY culture and being exposed to this tinkering, I also had the luck to be around in like Srinagar, where I saw we had multiple workshops spanning from very simple experiment where you have this copper coil and you move the magnet within, which basically due to the flux you have a LED glowing. So we had multiple such experiments within Sadbhavna Kit. So this was one thing I was directly involved in, and had the luck to be around in a lab where I can see multiple things. Now during COVID, where I used to go on regular walks, there were few things I tried around that, oh, if I expose someone to origami, like young kids, you can see they were just on the side of the road, like, oh, you want to try making a paper airplane, let's do a competition. I made that video. I tried doing random things. So the idea was, if we have an old used phone, can we essentially just donate it, and whoever needs it can probably use it to do kind of a very simple idea. Anyone can just come up. It's nothing special. However, it failed miserably because even after donating the phone and everything, it turned out they were in such a dire need of money, especially around where I live in Delhi. They just sold a phone. So that was the first phone I was able to donate, like around uh, 40 some phones, but still it kind of failed. And then I started that PhD later. But this experience now comes back when I think about the same problem in 2023. Now I have a small exercise for you. If you think about, let me give a little preamble. So there's this one guy, I don't know, you must have heard about if you follow a little bit of startup and similar ideas, Naval Ravikant, which is, I see some nods. So, which is a guy who is actively involved in basically making this culture open source and everything. He's an Indian origin guy. He talks about this idea that if I have a superpower to spawn laptops in random locations in the world, you're going to have the growth of humankind will be accelerated. That's what he says. So I was just curious, looking as a researcher point. Earlier, whatever I was doing was more like a student, where I didn't have a guidance. I had just some awareness. After starting my PhD and being under a mentor, where I have had the experience and luck to be exposed to people like, say, Sumit and a lot of great people, uh, having more direction. If we think about the same problem, if I tomorrow just expose entire education, say from class 6 to class 12, and there's like a AI agent who is going to teach you. So what is the influence that it thinks? So this is, I just gave this graph as an input. This is just an exercise I did for this workshop, where I was taking just to know a bias where Professor Vinod was talking about. This is one of the active part of research. I want to expose you guys literally to what might be something that can actually go wrong, or the point of research that we need to work on. So if you think about this same graph node, there are some nodes which are communicating to each other, which are probably children. So the way it is set is their mothers, their father, and there are some kids based on how many kids they have in the family. The kids meet in school. If there's any bad habit or some fake news that is infected, how fast will the entire graph structure, like how fast a society or the smaller community will start accepting that? So I'm not giving any inputs here. It was being predicted by GPT-4 that what does it think, what will be the influence. So GPT-4 kind of thinks that US as a country will be actually better off than India, which is kind of, I'm not sure, maybe in the next slide we'll go into like why does it think so. That basically it thinks that there'll be a difference in how information or fake news is spread in India versus US due to influence which is at home. So the here I'm not giving the input, I'm just giving the structure. Again, I'm reiterating. And this judgment is coming from a AI model, essentially, that what does it think for this input graph structure? Do you think the fake news is going to spread? How would it vary based on the country difference? So what does the thought about the country in that regards? So it thinks that the negative influence will spread more often in a Indian setting. So if you look at what are the reasons, what reason is there that it thinks that there's probably going to be that kind of difference is because it thinks that in India people are generally motivated towards material success and wealth, whereas in US there's an entertainment culture and social media. Do you really think that is true? I don't think so. This is wholly wrong, and this is where AI governance and the ideas of hallucination comes in. And you will also realize later, I'll talk about how our field ML computing system has a direct impact on how these future models are going to probably take decisions or make policies. So in India, like scenario, they kind of think that the current population follow a path of lower paying outcomes because we are mostly just motivated for money according to the model, which is wrong. And things that in US we have percentage of curious individuals more often, maybe because they do more random things. I don't know. I don't have the reason, but this is what GPT-4 thinks currently. And this has a direct correlation when you think about some of the later slides I'll explain. So if you look at one of the prompt, which was like the bucket prompt, I gave the umbrella statement, which was what does it think that what is the percentage of kids that are going to fail in life, essentially. Very broad question. It has this expectation that in India, okay, 10%, whatever, I kind of normalize around bar and ChatGPT. It thinks in Afghanistan and Nigeria, the percentage is going to be higher, which is the probable AI bias, which you see almost everywhere on Twitter talked about what is happening within the field. Now, if you have any emerging computing system based on, because if you look at cross attention is what has the positional encodings, it's in the end is multiply and accumulate happening over different lengths. So if you have some approximate computation happening, that can actually be regarded to changing how the next word in the sequence is going to be, which one is giving more probabilities, and that would be selected. So when you complete the sentence, you might realize that what ML computing system, how approximate it is, or how correctly it defines is going to impact what will be the output accuracy or the correctness or the bias that it's going to have. So that is one active part of research where you have a direct, impactful. Yes, please.
So is it like that LLMs have this bias because of the data that's being trained on? Because I have heard like ChatGPT and like BART, they have been trained on the data that's more Western influence.
Yeah, I was coming to that. So it is going to be that way because we don't have in our regional languages. There was a interesting. So if you are interested in this line of research, there's like a plethora of work done by one of the guy at IIT Delhi called Mosam. He just released a paper called JE Bench. So the idea is they gave JE questions to all these AI models, had human interpreters based on what was the ranking in 2023, and they compared. So there are people doing work around looking at how you can make it more inclusive and bias. There's work in IBM research. I know a couple of people working with Kush Varshne from MIT. They're working on something similar. So the basic point was being just something which is highly impactful currently is also going to have a big impact based on these ML computing systems. Because at the end of the day, your computational prowess, in a sense that is it approximate or what layers are you mapping and which parts are being approximated is going to have an impact on what will be the final output. So before going into like the depth of my research, I wanted to also give a little bit sense, just comparing based on CS ranking, where say in the field of design automation, which I mostly do my research in, I wanted to look at, okay, how does the scope for say US looks like currently, where research paper is the currency and their top conference considered. Now in CS ranking, one limitation is only ICCAD and DAC are the ones which are selected. Sumit was mentioning maybe I can open source my part of code, which I can probably do because I consider date ICCAD. I just had like a scraping being done through DBLP to make it more inclusive to journal papers as well. So you can see California being California with all the big universities has a score of 71. This score you can just see as bigger the better. We have different universities. You can see some place like MIT has like 3.5 and there are multiple places with 0. Like Oregon has Oregon State University. Turns out in EDA they don't have a lot of impact coming in. WSU, which is not very highly ranked, the university I come from, for the entire computer science, I think it's 76 world ranking, but takes a big rank, like I think 14 or 15 when we look at EDU, my lab being top. I was comparing with India, where one of the professor clearly stands out, Professor Mukhopadhyay, and we have IIT Bombay, we have IISc, we have Goa, we have Delhi for a score of 2 within EDA. So the question might be, do you need hundreds of professors and hundreds of people actually actively working on a part of research? Maybe not, because if you look at just this one score, which is so high, even higher than MIT, if you look at it's 5.8, is coming from just one lab. So looking at the research, if you have a very niche field, because that is what the idea becomes, you work on a very specific domain, you can actually have a very big impact, which is going to bring things on a global scale. You can go on CS ranking yourself and compare. Yes, I see a question.
What's the last name?
I think Professor Devi Mukhopadhyay, I can connect with you and maybe IIT Kharagpur. Yes. So they work in EDA. They have here in IISc, Sumit is one person who works. He has 5 papers which shoots up the rank for EDA. But if you look at systems in general, which includes all of these fields, again for US, you see it kind of getting normalized. A lot of big players, even professors here, Professor Vasu from Wisconsin-Madison having Wisconsin as a score, UIUC, a lot of big places, University of Michigan, UPenn, Penn State, California again, California, UT Austin, State of Washington. They have like a score being given here, Colorado State and Colorado School of Mines being one of the places. But if you look at in India, we have a lot of comparable places where again, IIT Bombay, I think one of the speakers here, Professor Panda, is one of the reasons for the score. Again, looking at Delhi has a very high score, and IISc again taking 2.1. IIT Goa, BITS Goa being another example, BITS Pilani, IIT Kanpur. So if you look at the systems, the exposure within the country, there's a big places where and multiple places where you can actually get your hands dirty and get into the field in general, where these are all the included fields, and there's a lot of cutting edge work happening. So again, after the Architecture 2.0 workshop, where a lot of professors and industry leaders kind of came together in around September, they were talking and having the main focus around ML algorithms, data set, how do you make these tools and infrastructure, which comes under how do you design better AI chips, or how do you make these servers communicate better with each other, or how do you basically do a ranking algorithm within so that the threads could be run parallelly if in a requirement is being researched. How you can do a better workforce training, there are industry relations. So there's a lot of great places where you can work at essentially. Now I would like to talk a little bit about in specifics of my research, which is data-driven design and optimization for a specific thing called chiplet-based system. So before that, I'll explain everything. After this talk, you'll have a good understanding of what my research kind of encompasses and have like a high-level idea. So we know industry is going towards smaller nodes. You must be hearing from 32 nanometer to even smaller. Now we're at 3 nanometer. But when we go towards smaller nodes, the yield is decreasing. Manufacturing of a larger die is not economical anymore. You can see here as an example, this was one of the wafer kind of simulation on gamma distribution I coded. I have it on the website, where you can see a 10 millimeter square die on a 3-inch wafer just has 32% yield, which is going to mean that only 1 out of 3 chips are going to be working completely. There has been some ideas explored around 3D stacking, because at the end of the day, you have like a given fixed area overhead, and you want to basically pack as much as compute possibly, or as much as data to be made. You make like 3D stacking. However, there are issues like temperature hotspots, because they're going to be like, if all of these cores are running, you would have some power consumption within, and that would mean there's going to be hotspots created if there's not a well considered packaging environment. And we have additional dollar costs due to these keep out regions where you see each of the router. You can't actually place any of the compute over there. So these are some of the reports where there was this new idea that, hey, what if we take a monolithic chip, we take a bigger chip, and we know that there's going to be 10 defects. What if we break it into like 16 parts? So chiplet is basically a smaller die where you're going to now fabricate on a single wafer. You can see here as an example, all of these white boxes essentially become a chiplet, which is like a smaller separate computing core. Now that if it was a single one, you broke it in 9 pieces and then you connect it. Now that you're connecting them through a network on interposer called as NOI, again, network on interposer, you're trying to basically amortize the losses that would have happened. If there was a defect here, earlier you would have to throw the entire chip, but now maybe just one chiplet would be thrown. So you get an economical manufacturing method. You can do binning, so your yield improves. And there are models which tells how much there are improvements. But there is, when you do something, you open another Pandora's box. Here, the unsolved challenge becomes the scalable communication, because now these chiplets are physically far apart. So that would mean that the communication cost is something now you have to pay for. And still you would have thermal issues, because now you're coupling through some kind of bumps, which are more like solder points, so you're going to have, and then defects can still occur on the chip. So we must kind of think about how industry, if given the problem, is thinking about this paradigm shift. And for industry, the biggest motivators are they want performance and also the fabrication cost. So for ensuring the performance, you want to target communication, because now we saw things became physically far apart. So now you want them to communicate better, or somehow you want to improve the overhead that you have in communication. to reduce. So system scalability and fabrication cost is hindering why people are not doing it yet. Actually, AMD has already started chiplet-based designs, and NVIDIA is exploring dialects, which are a little bigger chiplets. So we have a poor technology scaling of the wires, the larger physical distance that we saw, and we are in a power-constrained environment because we are already in that constraint. However, efficient NOI can solve this problem, but we obviously want the two things, that performance should not be compromised, and we also want energy savings, because as the system size scales, how much energy your system is taking, we are going towards energy efficient paradigms. This NOI, which is the network on interposer, because you can see how big interposer is. Each of these darker square cores that you see are chiplets, and the pink links kind of show what is the network on interposer, which is like the interconnect fabric. So we are looking at NOI because it's the biggest area, it has the highest area, and the energy consumption becomes the bottleneck for such a system. So there is immediate need entirely for these cable architectures. So there's been some related work around in the last few years, 2 or 3 years, where Intact, one of the paper by a very famous author called Pascal Vivek, they had a paper called Intact where they demonstrated that we have low latency interconnects that we can ensure the communication to be low latency. Another was a joint work by NVIDIA and Stanford, Professor Shao et al. In 2019 called Sigma, which was for deep learning applications. Say, for example, you want to run CNNs or you have other models. So how will you do tiling optimization? How will you basically map that system onto this chip to run? Next work was by a famous professor, I really like his work, Tushar Krishna, where they had a work called Kite, which is primarily a torus-based architecture, and they included a new idea of kind of a old wine in a new bottle because it was already implemented before, but they introduced a torus-based architecture with some kind of misaligned routers in between. The next was work at Wisconsin, Madison, and Arizona, SIAM, which Sumit has been involved, where they had a 2D mesh topology and they had an evaluation framework for a 2.5D system. But none of them were DL workload aware, where now that we're looking for AI chips, is there any specifics that we can have, how we can make chips the ones which can efficiently run any of our machine learning workloads. So next came SWAP, which was there to fill that gap, which was application-specific CNN accelerator, where they had some awareness on the fabric based on how the cores will communicate, which was in 2022. But again, if you're looking at a server scale environment or a data center, there are multiple users which are requesting multiple machine learning workloads. So there is a need of concurrent CNN tasks, which Floret, which is one of the paper I talk about, my paper from last year, kind of filled that gap. So we considered a workload-aware NOI architecture for specifically a data center scale, where you would expect multiple users inferencing from the chip, and they would be like up to 8.8 billion parameters is what we consider. We had a beautiful design. It's called a space flinker. You would see the fractal kind of designs that we have. We have a SFC-based architecture. We enhanced performance gain, and we also had lower energy consumption. We'll talk about and we'll see visually why it performs better. So that'll give you a little more insight. We had like a hardware software co-design approach where we were also looking at how the hardware should be and what should be the software that actually maps onto the system. And in the end, it makes it a little better for our industry because it has lower fabrication cost, which was like a critical step towards better chiplet-based many-core system designs within my field. So let's talk about the SFC idea. Before that, I would like to point a little bit of a thematic similarity, a structural similarity to a human brain. Now we have different parts within the brain where some of them are, like for example, occipital lobe is for depth estimation. We have the frontal lobe, which has series of tasks when I'm doing any kind of thinking process. So there are multiple tasks which have serial execution within. And then we have concurrent execution where we have some tasks which are running parallel to each other, depending on what type of task we are doing. So space filling curve essentially is like a 1D line, which is basically bent into a higher dimension, could be 2, 3, where you have like a algorithmic mapping technique. How will you connect some of the points in like a 2D space? where you use this kind of space filling structure for preserving locality. It'll become a little more clear what it means by locality preserving, or basically you're able to ensure the place where you start, you want to come back there, like a ring. So we'll go over that idea. So SFC traverses the entire 2D or a 3D area with no closed loops, which is like a artistic design. You might have seen some uh, designs within India. We have kind of the structures similar to SFC. So it becomes like a neuromorphic architecture where we kind of mimic the brain. When we were working on this paper, we weren't aware we have this kind of similarity. It later came as a revelation that we have different parts which are running parallelly, and there is a serial continuum within the structure. So we have like the possibilities of running things parallelly. At the same time, those things within can do serial execution. So we'll talk about the merits and how it looks. So first we look at the physical realization of the SFC structure. You can see this floret. So broccoli is like a floret where you have different a flower and then you have multiple different flowers. You have different petals as you can see here, a red one, a blue, green, yellow, and purple. Then we have a hierarchical top level network which can communicate with it. And then each of these petals are separately woven out using a single connection, which is a SFC. Now, some of you, if you have a little bit of background with computer science, you might realize that it could be essentially a traveling salesman problem. However, how hard it might be to iteratively solve it, and it's not the most optimal way of solving the problem if you do it iteratively. But this becomes a traveling salesman problem where you essentially start at one of the nodes, you continue going green, yellow, purple, and then you come back to where you started. So there's a benefit that comes out if you look at CNNs, which are convolutional neural networks, which are done on the data center scale, especially in Google, where if you have dense nets and different res nets for doing image segmentation, we look at how it works. So within CNNs, we have this idea where activations, which are the packets, if we are thinking as a systems person, will move from Li to Li plus 1, and there's a need of contiguity. You don't want any break within the system. You want to connect all the nodes in the square, or it could have been different dimension structure, but you want to continue going so that you start where you were. You don't want to leave any of the resource because each point here is like a resource. So you want to continuously go and reach back where you started. So NOI design considers head and tail pairs, which are like location. You can see it's like a central location. Now there might be a question: how many petals, how many SFCs do you need, and how large or how long they should be. So there's a trade-off between how long and what will be the number of such SFC or the petals in our structure. So there was this consideration that we did for the CNNs, that if we have multiple different CNNs, how would we determine the number of these petals and how long they should be? We have limited number of, say, the fixed number of cores or the chiplets that we are connecting, if they're 64, if they're 100. So we looked at the average hop count, which will come. But before that, I want to point out the common property of CNN, depending on whichever it is. We have convolution layers, pooling layers, then again, we have convolution. It keeps getting smaller and longer when we look at the final vector length if you implement the CNN. So we have this nature of Li to Li plus 1. After each of the layer, the data essentially just goes to the next one. However, there might be some differences where we have ResNet, or this is an example of DenseNet, where we have connections from the first layer to the last layer. However, still the data is going to flow through L1, then L2, then L3, because L4 cannot start unless you have the activations from the previous layers. So you will finish, the data flow is going to be from Li to Li plus 1, essentially for CNN-based neural networks. And you can distribute based on what you might be running, like a transformer, which we'll talk about later. So I'll do a comparison of my previous paper in 2021 with Sumit Swap and this design called Floret. So in case of Swap, we had an application-specific design, but at runtime, who knows? There might be a new imaginary net coming in, which has different requirements. So what you optimize or what you thought the connection would be required, that we see that chiplet 9 communicates to 15, so let's have a longer communication, like a bypass through them. However, at runtime, at the real time, there was some other ResNet that came which needed some other communication between some other chiplet. So because of that, there are unconnected islands that are created. In Floret, we continuously map. We start at H1, we keep mapping to T1, then we go to H2, we continue to T2, H3, T3. And if we need more resources, that is, we are out of the resource that we have available, we're going to come back at H1 where we map the first layer. So we always maintain that contiguity along this Hamiltonian or a continuous path meeting all the nodes within the system. Here, as you can see an example. So during the mapping, if we reach one of the tail, in case, say the yellow one is already working, uh, and we were at this position, so we could have jumped onto the purple path. So there could be a scheduler, even a controller that can take care of that. So we have multiple options. So we have an inherent redundancy within the system. What I mean, in case if something breaks within the system and yellow petal is not available anymore, your system is not going to be at a halt because you have an inherent redundancy where you can just skip the yellow part and go directly to the purple if you are coming from down from green area. If the yellow is broken, you can go to the purple. So you have this redundancy along the path. So that makes it useful for considering on this server scale environment, even if after you have some kind of redundancy within the system baked in. So we wanted to know how long the SFC is and how many of them you need. So we have this one celebrated factor which is called average hop count, which is how many hops are you going to expect, how many paths of communication are you expecting between these nodes that the data will communicate. So you want to minimize this average hop count for all of the head tail pair, which means that on average, if I'm doing any of the workload on this given system, be it this Floret kind of SFC structure, how many hops it is taking for communicating. Say first has to communicate to ninth. It will take 10 hops or 12 hops depending on how the path is, how it has to traverse. So we do this minimization, and when we look at the graph, we get like a trade-off of what are the number of SFC and what are the size of individual SFC, because there's a dependence on workload, what are you running. So we look at the average case where we get optimal number of SFCs. We also explore that if you have unequal length of SFC, because there could be a case where the yellow one is smaller, the blue one is bigger. If you have this kind of difference, we saw that on average for different workloads, which are a mix of these ResNets or VGG or DenseNet, we had all of the considered CNNs, which are different kinds of neural networks, which have like skip connection, which are connecting further layers. So we saw that consistently having equal number of SFCs or equal length of SFCs made sense, because we had on average, this was like an empirical result showing what is the performance. Latency is how much time it took for doing the part of communication. So this became like a basis in Floret for all of the system size, which is like a balance that we consider. So by doing that, this is one of the parameters I can give you a little small brief about. We talked about routers. So routers have individual ports. Now each of these ports are essentially telling you how many other chiplets or other nodes you're connected to. So because in case of Floret, you're just connected to one who is ahead of you and one behind. So you're not connected to any of the other flarings, which was in case of mesh, where you're connected in X, Y, left, right, up, down kind of thing. Here you're just connected to a predecessor and the successor. So you have consistently smaller number of routers. So the peak of the router port configuration, that how many routers are there with 1, port 2, port 3, and so on. We see across all system sizes starting from 36 to 100 chiplet system, we have consistently smaller routers, where we can see we just have mostly 2. And if we are in the top level hierarchical network, we might have 3. So not just that, we also have reduced number of links, and the length of each of the link was also smaller, where you saw that there was like bypass links. So bypass are longer, so you need to have like a repeater structure, and it takes longer number of cycles. In case of Floret, the design itself had some kind of this nature where, because you're just connected to the next one and you're minimizing the average hop count, we had all of the links have single hop. In case of swap, there could be bypass, as I was showing you previously, that there were longer range communication, or in kite, we have like a bypass link. Here we are able to keep all of the links as single hop. So that was one of the other advantage. We'll see how it makes sense, but look at the fabrication cost, because if you look at the network on interposer, which was the 80% of the area, we already have reduced the number of routers and links, because that is essentially what the fabrication cost of the NOI depends on. So we have the inter SFC, which was the hierarchical top level network, the one in black, and we had an intra SFC part where you can see we have the area which is going to be, because it depends on what is the router area and the links. You saw the links were smaller, and you saw the number of routers were smaller consistently when compared to other architectures. So we had like a principal difference in fabrication comes down to like the relative NOI areas between both of the architecture we are comparing. So we had like 80%, 61%, 49% with respect to kite, SIAM, and SWAP, which are some of the current state of the art within the field for a 36 chiplet system. If you go on a even bigger system, it's going to cross it. I think it goes about 1.9 times, as I remember, for SIAM. For kite, it's a little higher. So as system size scale improvement increases, because as you're going bigger, you have more smaller links, more of the routers are smaller. So you have that consistently. So let's look at where these concurrent tasks, as we said, it's on servers. So we have these real-time video analytics, which are very well celebrated ideas. One of the bigger is in cloud computing, where multiple CNNs can be used to improve the performance. There are multiple users querying on the server for multiple different tasks. There are ResNets, there are VGGs, which are used on especially Google Cloud if you use Google Colab. We have edge computing, where you might have one usage where multiple CNNs can be used to process data locally, and we can have some kind of a federated ideas explode around that. So our data set that we considered, we had something like a ResNet 18 on a CFAR 100. I don't know if you guys are aware, CFAR 100 is one of the data set where you have 100 types of images. So one of the classes, we start from ResNet, we have VGGs and DenseNet, which was like the all-to-all kind of network connection that we have. And we go up till ImageNet, which is a bigger data set. We go up till DenseNet 169, which is famously used in Google's photo tagging feature that we have in your Google Photos. So it has 890 million parameters. So the workloads that we considered were like a list or a stream of CNN tasks, which had multiple different neural networks running parallelly, which are being given to the system. And we did like a comparative study looking at how much is the execution time, what is the power consumption, and hence the energy that the system is taking, and so on and so forth. So we had total number of parameters starting around weighing around 100 million to we went up till 8.8 billion parameters, where we had more of those ResNet because it has 900 million parameters. So we went up to 8.8 billion parameters, where you can see the example is there are 5 ResNet without VGG and DenseNet that the system is required to run. And we had NOI frequency, and these are some of the GRS parameters that are standard within the industry. We don't need to worry much about it. So let's look at the activation flow. I have kind of discussed about this idea before. I just reiterate that if we start mapping one of the CNN here, we continue mapping. If the requirement is so big that we have like a DenseNet where the number of chiplets that are required is, say, for example, 120, and we just have 100 chiplets, we end up at the same place where we started. So you don't have to do any of the further communications. You're able to minimize the hops that you have within the communication, and that takes care of it. So I have this small slide which will show you some of the difference between SIAM 2D mesh, which is the standard which is used, the most basic interconnection fabric, and we have flow rate where you can see the structure. This shows power consumption as the time of execution. You can see consistently flow rate for workload 7, which was the biggest. It is able to do with less power. And you'll see by the time it will finish, it has already finished running the workload. It has already executed. The SIAM is still executing the same workload. We have 1.8 times latency improvement, and the energy consumption was way lesser that we can look at. Here, some of the slides will show. So let's talk about the performance, where we have average improvement of 27% with respect to kite, which is the blue bar. The grayer bar is SIAM, which was principally a 2D mesh. SWAP was the application-specific architecture. kind of having issue of being optimized at design time, but on runtime something else came. You were not prepared for that. So swap has a little higher, as you can see. And flow rate has a consistent performance improvement where on 100 chiplet system, you can see there's a 100% improvement, 105%. And as we go on a bigger system size, you can see the peak is 1.5, 1.6, 2.1, 2.4. So we are seeing due to this data flow aware nature, because we were aware that the data flow has to flow from Li to Li plus 1. So you can have like a flower kind of structure where you go over all of these petals individually and start back where you were. So that is basically the key idea, the key takeaway. If you have to take one thing, is having that data flow awareness within the structure that help having more of the performance improvement. In case of skip connections, because the order of which the skip connection exists in these neural networks is limited. So 90% of, if I give you an example, in case of ResNet 34, I remember for CFAR 100, about 3 times of the traffic is just Li to Li plus 1. So that also flows through the NOI here, and we have considered that where we show consistent improvement. In case of energy savings, we can see average improvement is up to 2.7 times. And with respect to swap, which was the design time optimized of my previous paper, we have 1.6x. So smaller router ports with reduced number of links led to the energy saving. So if you look at fabrication cost here, I have a little more animated kind of a structure which shows you 4 things. So energy consumption on the x-axis, the latency, which is basically a measure of performance here, what will be the time of execution. The size of the points tell you the fabrication cost, and the color of the points tell you about the carbon footprint, because there are 2 aspects, capex and opex. When you look at the recurring cost, your energy consumption becomes the measure, and the infrastructure, the creation of the infra, the fabrication cost based on how many routers we have, how many links we have smaller. So you can see we have greener, smaller points, which are towards the utopia, because everyone wants to kind of come here towards the origin. So we are towards the origin when compared to all the other architecture, which right now lie in the space. Here you can see very red kite, then you can see swap, which is kind of yellow because has lesser links, however, doesn't perform that good at runtime. So we had this kind of a structure. There was a vision forward tab that we kind of talk about, where the same structure, we can have heterogeneous system architectures where each petal could probably take care of one specific task, which it might be required for. There could be work in influence maximization. There is one of the places where it can work is in 3D, because you can essentially, instead of a 2D structure, you can imagine this in 3D, where each of your flower can actually go downward, or you can have this top level network somewhere towards the center. So the key idea here was maintaining the contiguity, but now you can have different computational platforms, which could be accelerator, DRAM, CPU, GPU, which can take care of that. So heterogeneous integration could be done on this SFC structure, and it could also accelerate multimodal. Yes, please.
Could you please explain the first point again?
Oh, okay. So if you look at the number of links, if you have a mesh, so this was just the complexity, what space we are looking at. So in case of flow rate, let's do a thing. I hold this core, and maybe you can hold this one and I cut it. If we just straighten it out, it's like a linked list, right? You can see it's essentially just a single line. So if there are n people standing and all of them are holding hands, how many people? N minus 1. So you have, as the number of cores will increase, you will always have order n. Whereas if you look in a 2D structure for a mesh, because the number of links is higher, when you calculate, say, for a 36 chiplet system or a 36 core, how many links are there, it becomes twice of n into n minus 1. So there is that n square factor. So if there in future you have hundreds of processing elements and you're connecting, so you would basically scale better in order n. So that's the big picture idea I think you must have heard. So within transformer models, because in transformer that we're looking at these examples, ChatGPT or machine translation that I was talking about before, we have 4 major components: input embedding, KQV computations, core, and feed forward. So feed forward is essentially like one of the part which has static component, which could as a macro be done on a SFC based structure where you can have this Li to Li plus 1, which was other thing we explored. For this paper, I got a best paper award in the same conference. It was in transaction and embedded computing systems last year, the swap paper that I was talking about was another best paper that we got, which was with Sumit. So now we are looking at some vision forward around because the problem is not solved. There are thermal issues. When you're mapping so many things parallelly, if you're able to run so much parallelly, there's going to be a hit, which is because life is about trade-off. My advisor says that there's going to be trade-off always. So if you're running everything so fast, you're going to have much higher power consumption. And so the byproduct would be your thermal issues. But can you actually estimate at dynamic time how much would be the thermal impacts? So that is one other form of direction. Or there are stable diffusion ideas. Can you have a heterogeneous system for stable diffusion architectures to basically recreate these ChatGPT DALI images? You know. So FlowRed is kind of that first workload-aware structure, which was for a data center scale. There were multiple benefits, which were high performance, lower energy consumption, lower fabrication cost, and lower carbon footprint, essentially coming due to having smaller routers, lesser number of links, smaller length of the links, and being data flow aware. So that was overall of what was my research ideas that have built in. And when I look back, kind of feel about being like a honeybee. One key takeaway I can tell you now that you're in kind of a position I was, I would say, 4 years ago. I think you should kind of expose yourself to newer labs and also trying out things. It's like ML computing systems is a field where currently there's a big, very big void which could be filled up because a lot of you know about programming. You also learn a lot about how the current cutting edge is working, and there's a lab for emerging computing systems. So I think that could be like a good package for you. I think with that, I'll end my talk. If you have any questions, you can just ask me right now or later. Just get hold of me whenever. That's mostly it.
Let's have a big round of applause for that. Okay. Time for question. And remember, you have to ask question. If you don't ask question, I will now point out and make you ask question, or I will ask you question. Don't look at your next person. Your next person is not going to help. Or maybe hers, you can check whether the audience understood your talk well or not.
No, I think they were well engaged. I
Okay,
could
you are
see all
not
of
giving
this.
them hard time. Come on. At least 3 questions I want from audience. Yes, please. Can you, what is your name?
Sorry, my name is Rajesh.
Rajesh, I'm with the AMD. I was actually a student here way too long ago, so I want to discuss that. One other concern that you could consider is, I know you said it's all about trade-offs, and you're looking at thermal. The other thing you might want to look at is the reliability aspect, because you said you're reducing the number of links at the list.
Yeah.
If you lose one of those links, you lose the
You
entire.
lose the entire pattern. Yeah.
I don't know if there's an answer, but maybe something.
Yeah, I think that's a point very well taken. In fact, I would say when we were having the review rounds, one of them said that if you look at the robustness, is what they used as a word for if, say, in your top level network, one of the links stops working. So one of the fabric consideration they said that was that within the top level network, because it's the highest priority, because it communicates to other petals, you can have more like a all-to-all based connections, because there you can ensure there'll be some loss, but ensuring all-to-all connection there. But because the top level network is always small, so when you scale onto bigger system sizes, you will have a smaller increase in fabrication cost. However, that'll take you a longer way. So again, the trade-off choice. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? So you should also give hard time to the speakers. This isn't just CNN, silent audience, right? Anyone? Yes.
Hi, I'm Neetu. I'm from Cochin University. I'm a research scholar. So my doubt is the number of chiplets connected in a petal is fixed?
That can change. So if you consider CNNs, now you would also have to look at on the data center scale that we're talking about. It's going to be different. Say if it's going to be Facebook or Meta's data center versus Google, because they have different application characteristics that come in. So that length would be determined by what is the average requirement of one of the workload that is running. 3D, we realized our lab is working on 3D that we had different length of SFCs as well, depending on the applications.
So like every petal will have the same number.
We showed in the current consideration, the current constraints that we had, same number actually worked better. So one of the figure that I had, if I may go a little bit back, I can show you how this works. Yeah. So if you see this one, the heading says about the unequal SFC and the equal SFC. So you can see consistently, because latency, the performance is our first great citizen, right? So we have consistent performance improvement on our workload. There could be workload consideration where this might vary, but for CNN specifically, the domain of convolutional neural networks, we have consistent improvement if we have just same, because that makes sure that you have like a uniform, the load is well balanced if you have equal lengths of SSDs.
So this is meant for CNN instance.
Yes, this is for CNN. In training, you have backprop, so you might want to have bypass links. That is one thing. But for the problem that we consider, which is the data center scale, we are just looking at inference. If you want to do on the edge, there is work on training that shows otherwise. Okay, sure.
Okay. Any more questions? Again, we have to ask questions. Otherwise, we'll sit here. Hers will be standing here. We'll be here on. I'll not move on. So anyone? Yes.
So, hello, my name is Sayan. I'm a final year engineering student from Christ University. So my question was, you were talking a little bit about edge computation system within the node section, and the first priority we were talking about the reducing the latency of that thing. But don't you think so? Using the concept of edge computation, we will face the same thing again, issue of latency.
So the thing is, when you're looking at edge computation, you define a smaller space. So there is one concept of pruning the models. Here, these are all, I would say, commercial grade, where you have much bigger parameters. You can have the exact same ResNet 34 that we were talking about in under 1 million parameters. So when you're on that kind of computation, the same exact constraints can work where you have a prune model. So on the edge also you can create. So I'll tell you a thing. First, I wanted to go on that table. It's a little later just to show you what I'm talking about. After this one, we have, yeah. So if you see neural network 1, ResNet 18, it need not be 1.8 million parameter. You can have a prune model too, which work fine if you compare to. So within the conference, there was one of the other best paper candidates who had a work where they were doing similar CNNs, but they had a MSP432 system. So they can have multiple of MSP432s in a flow-ret structure that they are exploring right now to make sure that they can have like a ring or a petal kind of structure communicating, and each of them taking different tasks and having the activations flowing through. So then that communication could basically, that's a physical aspect of what they're doing. So they have prune models. So the same methodology is being applied for that.
Anyone else? Okay, if there is no other questions, we can have a big round of applause to her also. We have a small memento from CSA to give to us. Okay, thank you, Mas. So next we'll be moving to the high tea. So maybe you people can slowly and steadily go to the high tea place. So it's in downstairs in CSA garden. Be careful a little bit. I mean, don't make too much noise because classes and all are going on around. So, and please be here at 11 sharp. Okay, thank you. 11 sharp. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's the key. And this is the picture of this system called Frontier, which has tremendous number of CPUs and GPUs, and it requires like it's massive system. Anyways, so just to give an idea of the supercomputing performance development from 1998, where we started from 1 teraflops, today we have crossed the exaflop barrier just a year ago. So we are like exponential growth in compute capacities. That's the list. So the 500 fastest supercomputers in the world, we have like 4 systems there. So these are the 4 systems. The first being at rank 90, and CDEC also maintains a list of the top, like the fastest supercomputers in India, and this is that list. It's not complete, of course, but yeah. So this is just a snapshot of that list. So so as you know, CDEC has a history of building supercomputers in India, and here you can see Param 8000. That was the first supercomputer that was built here. The reason being that we were denied. We wanted to import supercomputer for weather forecasting, and US and China denied. So the then Prime Minister Shri Rajiv Gandhi had given this responsibility to see that you build a supercomputer, and that's where the Param 8000 started. And from then on, today we have a lot of supercomputers. They in fact, so we have this National Supercomputing Mission, under which a lot of supercomputers have been already installed in different IITs and NITs. And many of these are also given to users like in the neighborhood. So if you are from somewhere near, let's say IISc Bangalore, and IISc Bangalore has a, let's say, supercomputer, maybe a few hours are also given to the neighboring colleges and so on. So I had shown you these, pretty pictures like closets. So what's inside the closet, right? Something like this, a lot of cables, a lot of networking. Remember, we had to do communication, and that requires networking. So this is like, if you open the closet, you will see something like this, other than the compute node. So this is just the networking part and the cooling part. This is a picture of a node board which comprises 32 nodes, and this is from the system developed by IBM. It's called a Blue Gene Q. It's a Blue Gene Q supercomputer, which was around 10 petaflops was the capacity. And here you can see sort of a snapshot of how complex that system is. So there is one node. There are 32 nodes, but there are also these networking cables. There is a cooling hose and so on. Right? Inside a node, you find something like this. So this is a compute node. What you see here, this particular system had 18 cores, 16 working and 2 standby. So 18 cores in total, and there is a cache and so on. And there's this NOC, there's the crossbar interconnect within the node. So that's within the node. The within the node also you see that it's complex, right? And then you can imagine if I have to connect hundreds and thousands of these, it becomes a more complex system, right? So this is like a snapshot. So from chip to core to and so on, and all the way to the big system that I initially showed you the picture of. So just to summarize this particular system that my first slide had, this is Mira. It was termed Mira after miraculous. And this was in the top 5 around, I think, 2014, 2015. Now it has been decommissioned. So hardware has a life. Almost 5 years they are, I mean, at max, I think 5-6 years is what they are kind of used extensively. And this particular system has, other than this the microarchitecture details which you can find in several papers written on Mira, there's also 5D torus network. So the network that connects the systems, there has to be a topology. It cannot be all-to-all. That will become too expensive, right? So this particular network had a 5D torus network. And I'll also talk another interesting architecture aspect of this in about a few slides later. Okay, so I told you a lot about hardware, massive systems and so on, a lot of nodes connected. But so what do we, what do we achieve by parallelization? Why do we want to do this parallel computing and so on? So if you had to find the average age of Indians, if you had to compute, right, that will take you several years. So if you had to do in one CPU, you could do in 10 seconds. So if you do in two CPUs, you can take probably half the time, right? So the main goal is to achieve speed up, right? Or of course, we are not designing supercomputers to do this addition, right? There are much more complex tasks, real world problems that are solved using this machine. So for example, if you have to do weather forecasting, right? Kanpur is 7 degrees, Bangalore is 20 degrees, somewhere it's snowfall and somewhere it's rainfall and so on, right? So there are differences all over. It's a single metric, maybe temperature or some other variables, but it takes a lot of computations to calculate that. And there are other applications in molecular dynamics, astrophysics, cosmological simulations, and so on, even 3D animation. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about the programming aspect, right? So this is familiar to you from your C course. You have all done this. Now, if I had to parallelize this, right? I want to run on those 100 cores or 1000 cores. If I had to parallelize this, what would I do? Anyone speak up? We have to do some work distribution, right? Something like this. Instead of n, we just look at n by p. If I can do it equally, I have load balance, right? And so hopefully all the processors will give the answer at the same time and at a reduced amount of time. Right? So where does, if the array is pretty large, let's say you're talking about this, the weather climate data, it's gigabytes, terabytes of data. So it has to come from storage and all the way to your local, the node where you're computing, right? So it's not a simple path from the storage to this hundreds of computing cores, and I'll show you the path a few slides later, right? So that was an example of an array, division of just 1D array. Now, I showed you this diagram. What was this? This was a weather simulation, right? Where we want to, this area of India, and how do we parallelize this? So we'll divide into grids. How do we divide into grids? Should we just, do a vertical split or a horizontal split or 2D or maybe 3D also? No? Why?
Complexity of each pixel increases.
I'm parallelizing. Anyway, it's not 2D. My atmosphere is not 2D. This room is not a 2D, right? It's a 3D, right? Anyway, so you get the idea that there are different ways to decompose this, right? To distribute that work. So one example is I'll just do 1D decomposition, right? So if I do 1D decomposition, this is like a slab, right? It's like a slab. There are problems with having a slab as a work unit. So often 2D decomposition is done, right? So it's like a vertical kind of tower. The vertical layers are smaller in number, so generally the weather simulations are 2D decomposed. And in each of these grids, what do we have? We have these multiple cells. So each of these grids, actually, they are multiple cells. You can say there are multiple grid points, each of these square. And how many grid points do we want to pack? It depends on us, how much compute power we have. If I have massive amount of compute power, I'll just take 1 kilometer as one grid point. Often we don't have that. We often do 25 kilometers as one grid point. What is the difference then? If I do 25 kilometers as one grid point and 1 kilometer as one grid point, what could be the difference? The accuracy of forecast will be more. You seem to have done a parallel computing course and come to this lecture. Okay, so the accuracy of 1 kilometer will be more because these models depend on the spatial the fidelity of this model also depends on the spatial resolution. Okay. So, but what is the downside? I want 1 kilometer resolution forecast, right? Because it will give me more accurate result. But what's the downside? Why may not be possible to have 1 kilometer resolution always? Computation cost will be higher. Why? In 25 kilometers 1 point versus 1 kilometer as 1 point, right? So computational cost has increased quite a lot. And that's where you need the supercomputers to predict weather, for example. Yeah. Any questions? Or am I going too fast or something? Yeah. Okay, so when you have, after you compute, all these several so basically some lot of partial differential equations concerning like a lot of thousands of variables are solved, and then you get some numbers, meteorological variables, like whether there is a lot of rainfall, whether there's flood and so on. But to understand that, you need what? You need to kind of analyze the data. The simulation or that computation will only give numbers. That grid point, okay, temperature is this. But you also need to have a practical understanding of that number. So for that, visualization is used, analysis is used. Again, on what? That terabyte of data. So again, you need supercomputers to analyze the data. Right? And as you know, the data is obviously exponentially increasing day by day, because now we have, I showed you, the compute growth has increased exponentially. So obviously you have more capacity now to generate data also. And so if you had to obviously do on your laptop, it will take a long time, right? So that point is, I hope, very clear by now, right? Okay, so just to summarize, this is from this book called By Color on Parallel Computer Architecture. Very nice to read book if you get a chance. Go through some of the initial chapters. So this is like summary of how to parallelize. So the first task, like we saw, is decomposition. We decompose that huge entire domain into some work units that can be solved individually. And then after solving, which I have not told you earlier, you need some, so after these processes are computed, you also need some communication. It's not standalone. The entire code is not standalone. Okay, you always do compute communication in a typical high performance application or a parallel code. Okay. So if you remember that line from the book, communicate and cooperate to solve large problems fast. Right? Okay. And then once you have identified that these are the processes, that you will have 4 processes, and these are some communication. So this is what we call this as a communication pattern, right? Like P0 is communicating with P3, P3 communicating with P1, and so on. So this is like a pattern. But finally, it has to be mapped to a hardware. That 5D torus topology that connects those 49,000 nodes. It has to be mapped somewhere there. Okay, that entire supercomputer is not used by us though, right? So let's say this was our 2D grid, just to simplify. So this was our 2D grid, and there are some communications here. So 0 communicates to 1, 1 communicates to 2, 0 communicates to 8. So there are these horizontal and vertical communication. So these are called nearest neighbor communication. So I'm just communicating with neighbors. That's all. Right? So this is also one communication pattern. So just to highlight the point about these processes, so these are in the virtual topology. These are my processes. I have identified that I will have 32 processes for my task, and these individual processes will do this computation, this communication. That's my program. But I will eventually run on some mesh, torus, some network, right? I already told you the supercomputers need a network topology. Right? So now these processes, if I visualize on that, let's say this is a 3D torus, or you can think of a 3D mesh with connection. So here, let's say it's 3D mesh firstly. Okay. So now my 3D mesh dimension, so 4 cross 4 cross 2 may not match my 2D decomposition that I did, right? So this process is called process mapping. You are mapping this virtual topology to the physical topology, which can be different. Both are P equal to here also P, there also P, but the topology is different. Why is that important? Any guesses? I mean, why am I worried about that this topology doesn't match this?
Because the dependency of neighboring also matters. So how the topology is been arranged, that much faster or efficient the communication between the people.
Okay. Any other answers? Anybody else wants to answer? Just say whatever you're thinking. So we are communicating, right? Now, if so, you can see 0, 1, 2, 3. That communication is fine. However, 0 and 8 are now a little distant, right? 3 and 4 are a little distant. They are not exactly physical neighbors of each other in the supercomputer, right? So which is why this process mapping itself is a topic of research, and there are some algorithms to kind of solve this problem. Taking the communication pattern, how do I come up with the most efficient process mapping so that my communication cost is minimum. It may not be obviously possible to get a 8 cross 4, a nice compact 2D mesh in the supercomputer, right? Because that 49,000 nodes is not for me only. There are other users. I may not even get a compact 8 cross 4 or even 4 cross 4, right? So, which is why this is very important. So the communication can be one of the major deciding factors of the performance of the code, right? So if you are communicating, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3 never communicated, 0 and 1 never communicated. You're only communicating 0, 8, 4, 12. These are all overlapping communications, right? In some sense, either you have to take a longer route or your performance will be taking a hit. So this process mapping depends very much on that communication pattern you have in your application. Right? Yes. Yeah, you go ahead first. Previous slide, right? Yes.
So, we are getting using 3D mesh. So why can't we make a complete graph using those nodes?
No. So this is a supercomputer with a fixed topology. I cannot change this. This is designed by IBM, Cray, AMD, Intel, whoever.
Why they designed like this only?
Because there are different communication patterns of 100 different applications. I cannot design a topology cannot be amenable to lower performance for every application. There's actually, this is also a research problem. Now I'm showing you torus. Torus is a little older. There is dragonfly topology. Now there is slimfly topology. So that is also a research topic. Which topology can be beneficial for most applications, right? So that's also a good point. But you understand that a supercomputer is built with some analysis done, and this is like a simple to start with. So we started with 2D mesh, 3D mesh, 3D torus. So torus is like we actually connect this. So 0 and 3 are actually connected, so making it one hop instead of 3 hops, right? So these have evolved over time. Your question.
Mine was actually very simple.
Huh.
I just want to know how they. So if you know what you're using the supercomputer for.
But the problem is we don't know what everybody is using. We know we have some communication patterns. Let's say nearest neighbor. Let's say all to all. Let's say whatever, many to one. Some communication pattern ideas we have, but different applications will have. In fact, one application will have different communication pattern. It's not like we only do nearest neighbor in that application. We do a lot of communication, different types of communication. Okay, so that's why it becomes a little challenging to have like a very generic topology that will benefit every application. Although that's a research problem, and like I said, you can look up this paper on slimfly, which is the latest, you can say something like latest topology.
I think there will be mapping getting in a complete graph also, the communication time will be take extra time. That might be.
Complete graph. You're saying you want to make this a complete graph? Oh no, that's what I said at the very beginning, right? I cannot make a complete graph. It's like prohibitively costly. The systems that I showed you, the top 500, that is like $600 million. The top system. Now, if I make complete graph, you can imagine it's going to increase by lot more, right? Okay, so I just told you that we are not the only users of the system. There are multiple users of the system, right? Which means my job, so this job that whatever processes I have will be mapped, sorry, will be mapped somewhere, and there will be some other communication, there may be some other communication along that path also, okay? Now, the other thing that we should remember is, I told you that the data is so big it cannot reside in local memory. We always read from storage, and storage. Let's say this is my storage. Okay, so I do read and write. Read and write is also an operation over the network. Okay, in case of cluster computing, supercomputing, whatever you say. So which means there are a lot of these processes that are doing reads and writes simultaneously. Right? Because every process needs the data. It's not only one process, right? Every process is going to read the data. So what do we call this? So I just highlighted this. I made it a little thicker to highlight a point, which is called. So if there are several communications on this link, what would that lead to? More traffic. So network congestion or congestion over the network, right? Something like this, which maybe if you come to Bangalore a lot during the peak hours, you will face, right? So we don't want that. So that's also one research problem, right? How to kind of route the data in a way that there is less contention, less congestion, right? Okay. So, like I promised you, I'll show you also the data path, which is very complex, right? This is the storage, and this is my compute rack. For example, that closet which holds those compute nodes. About 20 years ago, they decided to have another rack between this called the IO rack. So what happens is, let's say I don't have an IKEA in my place, and there is a bus that goes to Bangalore IKEA. So I'm from, let's say, Shimoga, right? I don't have IKEA. Dharwad, somebody else doesn't have IKEA, and there are lots of buses have been planned for going to this IKEA of Bangalore, right? So it's similarly, this IO rack, the purpose is you pack a lot of these data requests. You don't do only single request from the storage. That's costly. I'll not take one passenger only, right? It takes a lot of passengers, let's say, to that IKEA, right? Now, so these are some details from that system, Mira, BlueGene-Q, IBM BlueGene-Q. These are some details. And so it's not so important. So basically, you can understand there's only few nodes that are actually hardwired, connected to that IO rack and so on. So that leads to more complex system and so on, right? Okay. So I'll next. Sumit, how much time do I have? 10, 15 minutes? Yeah, okay. So I'll next look into a little bit of programming. I'll not teach you, but I'll show you, right? So this is a line from this paper on the Stanford Hydra CMP, which was like a first academic sort of two-core system that was developed at Stanford from this, Kunle Olukutun's group. And this is a beautiful line from the abstract, which says, so you have designed this multi-core. You also need a programming model for the multi-core, right? So I told you the algorithm, okay, you divide task and so on, but how do you write that program, right? So I'll show you a glimpse of that. So this is probably clear to you. I do this, chunking, 0 to n by p, then n by p to 2n by p, and so on, right? So this is that same example, parallel sum. And this is like rank in some sense. You can say this is like ID of these processes. These are different processes running on these nodes, and these are units. Now, one thing to understand is, I will not write 4 different codes for 4 processes, although my begin and end is different. So I use a trick based on the rank to analytically derive this start and end. That's how all parallel codes are written. There's only one code which runs on 2 cores, which also runs on 20,000 processes. It's that same code, right? And I'll show you a glimpse. So this is that code, which I teach in my course. I cannot teach you here. It takes a bit of time, but if you're interested, please go ahead and look on MPI programming and so on. There are a lot of open source materials and so on. So I'll just explain a little bit, which is this is what I showed you, right? The rank is one factor which you use to decompose, write that generic parallel code, and then you calculate the sum. Then finally you do cooperate. You have to reduce the sum also. The partial sum was computed at those 100 processes, so I also have to cooperate and get that result back on one process at least. Right? Okay, this is another code for parallel, right? So I said that all the processes are going to read simultaneously, but there are optimizations done where I don't. So basically, I read on behalf of some group of processes. So for example, I do the shopping from IKEA for my friends also. By the small things, buy this. Okay, fine. So similarly, one process or a few subset of processes does that work on behalf of the other process. So there are some optimizations, so on, and these are like So as you can see, it's C code with some extra functions. So you have done write, read, right? You know about write and read. They're like MPI write, MPI read, and so on. These programs are easy to write. The underlying library takes care of all the parallelization and stuff like that, right? At least for some of the part. Right? Okay. Yes.
So what you said that when you do the work of somebody else also, some other processor or some other code also, that is then using
Not work. So the work by work here, I meant you get the data from the storage, right? So and then you distribute within that network because let's say it's my neighbor. It's more costly to go to IKEA than to give it to the neighbor, right? It's like that. So one metric that you should know when you are doing parallel programming. Remember we showed 10 second to 5 second. That is ideal speed up. Half. I have used 2 cores. I got ideal speed up. That rarely happens. But anyway, so this is the formal definition. Time on one process by time on P process. And what is efficiency? Speed up by number of processes. The ideal efficiency is I can't hear anybody. What is the ideal efficiency? Huh? So speed up 1 by T1 by TP. And ideal speed up is what? Ideal speed up is what? Ideal speed up is what? P. So ideal efficiency is 1, right? So that rarely happens, and I will give you an example of just a simple code that I wrote. 10 past 7 doubles, I just add up, and you can see the speed up is decreasing. So speed up is not what I expected, right? 248, I don't get that P, right? Nowhere close to that when you are here, and similarly efficiency also decreases. And so there are reasons. I mean, there are limitations of parallelizations, and there's also efficient parallel coding, right? That you should know. And in the remaining probably 5-10 minutes, I will go through some of the research work that we do in our lab. So I lead a lab, Sparta, Scalable Parallel Computing at IIT Kanpur. And so we have a group of MTech, BTech, MS, PhD students. So all this work that I'm showing you is some of my work and some earlier work and some of my students' work. So the first topic that I'll touch upon is optimization. Right? Where did optimization come from? So that's the beauty of this field. We can work on algorithms, we can work on systems, we can work on interesting programming challenges and so on. So I'll not tell you much, but just to complete this optimization problem is. So remember we talked about this simulation produces large data and we need analysis, right? And we need to analyze as fast as possible also in the supercomputer. So why not transfer from simulation to analysis directly? Don't even go to the data. But there are challenges. And so related to this, we have some work related to based on optimization. So you want to optimize the end-to-end performance of a parallel code. That needs you to understand about the communications, the time, and many other things. Right? So these are some papers on optimization. Not a complete list. Next, I also I've worked a lot on weather prediction. Not that I write the weather prediction code, but I try to optimize certain aspects of weather simulations. So recently, last year, there was a very rare phenomena of 2 cyclones at a time, which is very rare. Generally, what happens is there are depressions, and one of them becomes a cyclone, and you don't know which one. It's very hard to predict. So we had this CNN-based network, which is, by the way, very hard to design also. There's no algorithm to design a CNN for detecting cyclone. So it's very hard to design. But so this kind of gives us this idea of, okay, which depression is more likely to become a cyclone. And then when you do that, you remember we talked about that 25 kilometer versus 1 kilometer. Now I want higher resolution for that portion where I think that this can be a cyclone. Right? It's a matter of thousands of lives. Right? So then I want higher resolution in that nest, in that subdomain. Right? So now you understand the complexity. This was this 25 kilometer. Some portions, now I'm making the computations more and more accurate, more and more complex also. Right? So I need to pay attention to that. Right? These are some papers on that. Next, I've kind of worked a lot on parallel. IISc itself is like I showed you, it's a huge thing. It's like from compute node to storage. There are a lot of parameters. I told you that I can take my neighbor stuff and bring, but I can, if he has 10 items, I probably will not be able to bring. Right? So it depends how much data you are writing, how much data you are sending at a time, and so on. And then the network topology itself plays some role. So this is what we inferred for that Mira system, the topology in which it was connected to the IO nodes and so on. We found that certain links are highly congested, not good, right? Performance degradation, and so you can see the numbers. And then we came up with some algorithm to improve that. Another work recently we did was on, so there are these parameter optimization, which you can use ML and so on to sometimes do, and then you can see that you, so these parameters are, by the way, very tricky to understand. As an application developer, I may not be able to come up with that optimal set of parameters. Okay. And so you can sometimes get good speed up with this kinds of ML algorithm like shown here, up to 87% on read and 27% write improvement. These are some papers on parallel IO. I also work on job scheduling. I showed you those compute nodes connected. If I was able to schedule my job in a way that I don't interfere between the communications of 2 jobs, that would be good. That would be very nice, right? The whole congestion would be reduced or so on. So we have done some amount of work in simulation and it's in development. Something like, partitioning, and then something based on graph partitioning and so on. So I cannot go into all the details, but and the next thing that we have recently developed was to visualize that communication among all those 100 jobs that are running on that supercomputer. So this is our Param supercomputer at IIT Kanpur, and there's a factory topology. You can see level 3, 2, 1, and so on. And then there are these jobs running, right? And each of these jobs have different communication patterns. So we have selected this. This is developed by us, our group. We have selected this, and we highlight which links are congested. So it's something for the administrators to understand that, okay, maybe there is some issue. right? There are sometimes problems with even the routing algorithm, let's say, or maybe the application can be optimized in a better way and so on. So it comes under performance visualization to understand bottlenecks in this case, to understand job indifference and so on. And here are some papers related to that. My final topic. So this is a communication matrix. It just shows you a easy to understand view of that communication pattern. I was talking about the communication pattern from the very beginning, right? So this is like the communication pattern of this particular application, right? HPCG. And this is the communication pattern of lamps. So communication pattern varies. Now this is a overall communication pattern throughout that application. The application does several communications. This is like a summary. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to find some phases in the application. The communication phase, we are trying to automatically detect that. So that's an ongoing work, and here are some preliminary results on that. And finally, this is my final slide. So, systems research, right? I urge all of you, if you have come to this workshop, you have some interest in systems, some interest in programming, I urge all of you to learn more and more. Rest of the things can easily be taken care of if you know the fundamentals. If you know programming, you can tackle big data problems also. You can tackle if you know the system, because everything finally is running on that core, that multi-core. So architecture, operating system, these are networks, these are some subjects that you should definitely study and take, even if it's not in your college, take online courses, whatever, but learn, right? Learn, explore. Ask a lot of questions. Some of you did. I am available today, tomorrow. Please ask more questions if you have. And one thing is, workshops like this are kind of rare. So it may be good when you get an opportunity, please, attend. So there are some conferences that happen in India also, right? Some like HIPC. There's also CORDS, COMAX, COMSNET. There are some conferences which happen in India, and just go and attend, right? Even if you don't have a poster or paper, just go and attend. There's a lot to learn from, right? There's also ACM student mailing list. ACM conducts a lot of summer workshops, winter workshops every year. I have conducted one in winter of 2019 for HPC. So I encourage all of you to attend as and when you can, right? And with that, thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take.
Let's have a big round of Thanks for the encouraging talk. Now, any questions? And remember, you have to ask questions.
Madam, please give a slide of the first slides.
Which one?
Yes.
This one? Okay. Oh, the slides will be made available.
Yeah, so by the way, it's going live on YouTube, so and the YouTube live link is already there in the website. You can just visit that YouTube link so that you will get it back. Okay. Any question? Yeah, you have to ask question again. Otherwise, no lunch. So lunch is not free, whether.
My question is, how much cost to produce a supercomputer?
Like I told you, the current top supercomputer, the cost is $600 million, Frontier.
Okay.
Yes.
You said that
So maybe you can introduce yourself.
So I'm Rahul, I work in IISc.
Okay.
So you said that after 5 to 6 years, you can't use that supercomputer anymore.
Use it as in the sense the hardware degrades. So some memory may be faulty, some network link may be faulty. So it starts degrading. Yeah. Remember one thing: this big massive system, it also has a maintenance cost. Some systems they do weekly maintenance, monthly maintenance, just to check. The hardware. Basically, it's related to hardware fault, right?
So I was essentially asking what happens after. Do they reuse it or?
So I know Mira was donated to certain educational institutions, the remaining part. I think mostly, yeah. So either it becomes not usable at all, so scrap, right? Or whatever is remaining, I think sometimes is donated to some educational institutions and so on. But yes, the major portion is not usable in some sense.
Can I add?
Yeah, sure, please.
So there are like one thing is there's some fault tolerance also built into it, and into when you're building such a system, right? If one or two nodes go down, you kind of some other nodes break come up and all. That's one thing. Another thing is about this. Why after like 5, 6, 7 years this decommission? That is like the processor and the hardware improves so much, then the performance that you are getting from an older system at the same cost, you can get much better performance. So it's not commercially also viable to run such an older system.
Yes.
So that's one of the primary reasons. And then, like for example, like parts also go out of like not
warranty and so
available
on.
anymore, right? So companies don't
support that part anymore.
Support that part. So those are like a couple of reasons why we kind of after 6, 7 years.
Yes, but in India, situation is different. For example, in IIT Kanpur, we are still using HPC 2010, which slowly we are going to, decommission. But some parts are still usable. It's out of warranty. We are still using because we need it.
Yeah, actually, I mean, this NSA, like National Supercomputing,
mission.
The UIUC, they have this supercomputing center. I went there, and they still have this AMD systems. And I said, we don't produce anymore like these chips. They said, no, we purchased a lot of extra chips that time and kept it. So that when they stop chips go bad, we can substitute them.
Right. And if it absolutely is not usable, like I showed you a Cray diagram, red, blue, green, which my son, by the way, thinks is a chocolate factory. So that is right now in London Museum. So it's kind of engineering marvel to preserve.
Like building super complex.
What is your name? Can you introduce?
Jainam. So my question was, like before building any super complex, what are the major topics they try to focus on? Either they focus on topological designing or hardware requirements or
while building a supercomputing, everything, and to add to it, they have dedicated team for microarchitecture, network, programming, application, everything. That's like the whole ecosystem. IO is different. There are like a lot of things.
To add to your answer, so if you look at the speakers in the workshop, actually the topics are distributed. So I think all of these topics will come up in one or other topic. Your question.
What's your name?
My name is Anurag and I'm from IIT Dharwad, third year BTech student. Actually, I need advice for myself. Like in third year, I did the scientific computing course and right now currently doing parallel computing. Like for this career in the high computing, like what should be my next step after doing this course?
Do masters and then PhD.
Like specifically for this summer internship, like for this third year.
Summer internship, third year. So see, if you're looking for, let's say specifically, let's say you want to do something in high performance computing or parallel computing, connect to faculty members in IITs, IISc who are working, right? Now, one thing is we get a lot of emails, right? So forums like this that's why very important. For example, I met somebody at HIPC, and that student from another institution, he was interested and he is going to intern with me in the summer. So those connects are important. If you don't know personally, maybe you have not met that person, you can probably ask your faculty member, your professor, maybe he knows somebody, right? That's also another way.
My name is Salih Prasad. I'm from NIT Srinagar. So my question is, the supercomputers have like millions of cores. So do any race conditions arise and how are they?
Right. So race conditions arise in a programming model where you're using shared memory programming. Okay. Here, if you are doing on different nodes which do not share memory, the race condition itself will never arise if you're on different nodes. The programming model that I showed you, that MPI code, it belongs to a distributed memory parallel programming model, where your memory is actually, you will assume that this memory is different, the process memory is different. So that race condition doesn't arise in distributed memory, it will arise in shared memory programming model. For example, if you use OpenMP, threads. So there you have to.
So this is the time to impress her, by the way. Ask a good question, challenge her, and then get an internship. Okay, last part I can't promise.
Okay, so if there is no other question, we can thank the speaker once again.
So internship, I don't know, but definitely please consider doing masters and PhD at IIT Kanpur.
Okay, we have a small memento to give, Preeti.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, so next, I welcome Sarani Bhattacharya. Sarani Bhattacharya has recently joined as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. Before joining there, she was working for 2 years with a group of computer architects and researchers in IMEC, Belgium. She has a PhD from IIT Kharagpur and she comes from a background of microarchitectural security. Apart from this, she also has a postdoctoral experience in COSIC, KU Leuven. The stage is yours, Sarani.
Thank you for a great introduction. To introduce myself, I am Sarani Bhattacharya. I have just joined like for 5 months in Kharagpur. That was my last autumn semester was my first semester of teaching at Kharagpur. And now this semester I'm also this semester is my second semester. Last semester did go really well. I was teaching computer organization and architecture. Most of you have it in your CS curriculum in your third years. And this semester I'm teaching hardware security. So giving a brief history of what I have been doing, I come from a domain of microarchitectural security. I started my research from hardware security domain, moved a bit into microarchitecture, then started looking into different constructs of microarchitecture in the light of hardware security. Okay. So in this, in this particular presentation, we will look into one such explanation of how the microarchitecture security gets constructed and how we can develop an end-to-end exploit on a real system without expecting anything out of that system, like from a privileged perspective. So it's like a real system which you have with you, like a laptop or desktop or any system. Looking into the microarchitecture briefly from a different programming viewpoint, looking at it from how the program is executed, what is the time, how much power consumption or maybe electromagnetic consumption that they require, and then finding out how the computation actually looks like from that. So this is indeed a very fascinating domain. Like microarchitecture security is one of the very fascinating domains of computer architecture security. I teach computer organization architecture and hardware security as of now. Maybe in next years I will be teaching something else. Interested in working with software and hardware security, and the final aim is to build a secure system. So a part of this workshop will also, I'll be talking about how to build a secure system and what are we looking for in that particular domain. So this is a big overview slide. I'll talk about all the components of this first and then go into a particular example. So this is a particular hardware system that we have in our hand in some form or the other. You have a laptop, you have a phone, you have some form of IoT devices which you are kind of, you have a drone at your end, or maybe a smart lamp, or maybe a smart system, smart home, EcoBot or something. So anything and everything falls under this criteria, right? And we kind of divide this particular piece of hardware uh, into different levels of security and how we can approach that security from a user level perspective. Right? So I will first talk about invasive ways of it, where typically you have the physical device, your privilege. So I would typically have my phone at my hand. So that's in a vicinity of to me, and then I can try looking at the power profiles of the phone. I can try looking at the electromagnetic radiation that is coming out of the phone and try to find out, okay, what it is running. Can I actually correlate the what process is running to what the power profile and the electromagnetic radiation I can find out from that. Okay, so this is kind of a correlation problem. I need a bit of statistical techniques to find out that. I need a bit of pre-processing to deal with the noisy situations. But mostly, if you have a oscilloscope, maybe it's an expensive instrument for you. You can get the setup. But if you have a small Arduino board and a small electromagnetic, like a small electromagnetic probe, then you can do it in a very inexpensive way. Okay. Now, keeping this part aside, what I specialize is the part where we put non-invasive form of attack, where I need nothing other than connection to that particular device. A secure network connection where I can do an SSH to that particular system. I can send something and receive something, right? Nothing out of privilege, like all user level privilege stuff. And I will just observe what is the timing taken for that particular process to execute. That's the only thing that I will be seeing right now. So what I will be doing, that I have two examples on that web system. Find out two different Gaussians, like Gaussian distributions of those timing information. Find out that whether those distributions are distinguishable or not. But simple statistical means, nothing very fancy. So if those statistical techniques are giving me differences, like if they're distinguishable from one another, then typically the input has an effect on what is running in my system, right? Because the code is same for two sets of inputs. I'm giving two sets of inputs. The code is exactly same. It's running that, and I'm getting the timing information, but I'm getting something distinguishable. So that means there are some parts of the code which are actually depending on the data which I'm giving as input. Now, my question is, what could be the changes that could be happening because of the input? Your control flow might be dependent on what data you are getting into input. Say there are if-else statements. Say there is, simple example, there is a password checker, right? And you're typing some examples as a password. The password checker is saying that, no, your input is wrong. No, your input is wrong. Now, say, if it is written in a form of an if-else code, and if it is just matching the size of the password that you are putting, the size is wrong. It is giving you the result in the first step. If is not successful, so it's giving out the password is wrong. In some other steps, say the string matching has passed, but it is going to the next phases and finding out that the string literals are different. So they are actually failing at different levels, whereas in the first case, the string length was not matching. So the timing information can give you a lot of other information that how the control flow has been different in some way or the other. So these are typically non-invasive forms of attacks, and these are most dangerous forms of attacks because they are dependent on how your code is written and how your microarchitecture looks like. Okay, so not only can you write like these are simple like non-malicious code. These are not Trojans. These are not malicious ransomware or malware or nothing. These are simple codes which are running on simple microarchitecture but naive microarchitecture. architecture. Okay, named microarchitecture which are optimized just based on performance, but not based on how secure it should be, right? So based on that, if you just look at the observations like timing or maybe like performance counters, that are also some other things, hardware performance counters. These are special purpose registers which are there in our microarchitecture and which kind of counts what hardware events are that you can see the hardware events in the sense that how many number of instructions are getting executed, okay, how many number of branch mispredictions are happening, what are the number of cache misses that are happening, are there cache references happening, or how many page faults are happening. So they can be hardware driven counters, or they may be software driven counters also. Say for example, how many page faults are happening in that particular system. So these informations are logged into your system in special purpose registers which are called hardware performance counters. The processor internally uses them for performance optimization. Okay, you can also see them through performance optimization tools by which you can see that, okay, I want to see that how bad or how good my particular process is working. You can see that, okay, it's throttling in cache misses at some point of time. So maybe you need to change your code in some way that the number of cache misses are different, right? So these informations are available. It was available before from user privileges. Now it is available through like privileged code. If you have a privilege, like if you are a valid user to a system, you think of it as a server system. There are many users, and one of them is a valid user. The person can log in into the system and get the performance counter events. So these events are essentially linking information about all processes that are running in the system, or maybe all processes that are running into that particular code, which are core sharing with your process. So the overview is such that these kind of information which are available from user level privileges can leak a lot. You might think that these are very benign information, but this leaks a lot because they are dependent not only on the microarchitecture, they are dependent on the process that you are doing in the system. So moving on with that, do you have any questions at this point of time? Because this might be some information which you have never heard before. Or maybe some of you have heard about side channel attacks and microarchitecture attacks, but I'm not sure that this kind of topics gets introduced in the third or fourth year of your computer science. Okay, so microarchitectural attacks and why do they matter, right? So initially, like even when I was doing my PhD, there was I was looking into branch mispredictions and branch predictions attacks. How can we look into branch prediction profiles and find out the relative ordering of branches and see that what can happen from there, from user level privileges, everything. But while I was doing my PhD and using the research that I was doing, actually, there was a reverse engineering of branch prediction part, which was actually used in the first big exploit that happened, like that shook the computer architecture world, actually. That was named as Spectre, and soon the meltdown also came in. So what they kind of did is like they saw that there is a vulnerability, there is something called a speculative execution in our system, in our all systems. Like every system that you're having right now at your end has speculative execution because it is an optimization. It's a very useful optimization from computer architecture point of view. What it does is it looks at the previous history of execution of instructions, and based on that, if it finds out that this particular instruction has a it might be useful to get it speculatively done and wait for the actual instruction checking to be done for later. Okay, so it will just carry on with the execution for ahead, and then it will check whether those executions are actually valid or not. Right? This kind of optimizations are helpful because they are based on the predictions. So if the prediction is already saying that this instruction has a 90% chance of getting executed anyhow, right? So then it will be aiding into the performance. Because think of it that if nowadays Intel and AMD structures have huge pipelines, huge instruction pipelines at the front end, the 27 stage, 30-stage pipeline. And if you are missing that, like if you are not fetching instructions in a correct order, then you have to actually flush the pipeline, and that leads to a huge penalty, right? So speculation helps us in that way. But the first exploit that actually shows that this speculation and this branch prediction is actually a problem, because it leads to exploit which can affect any system at hand. Like all generations of Intel system at that point of time was affected because of this exploit. And there soon came foreshadow, there soon came cache out, there came zombie load, riddle, and fallout. These are microarchitecture data sampling attacks, which can not only find out the control flow of your program, but also can find out the actual data patterns that you are working with because of some optimizations called store to load forwarding. So there are store buffers and there are load buffers in the front end of the processor, and the store to load forwarding happens when the partial instruction formats matches from one another, and this is also done speculatively, right? And then so these kind of exploits came into picture. So Intel had a huge hit because of this, because all of the processors were vulnerable to these kind of microarchitectural problems. Then Google Project Zero actually published all of these exploits in real C codes, right? Which you can actually run on your system and see that that is possible on my system, and Spectre is working on my system. So most processor companies, all processor vendors came up with an advisory, right? That how to patch this kind of systems, how to deal with these problems. Most of it were done through software patches, microcode updates, but some also needed hardware mitigations, which came later. But most of them had to have advisory which has to be released because of that. So in 2019, this was the Spectre got the best scientific cyber security. It won the competition, and it also became a big news. Right? So now, with that, I move into what is the abstraction of secure design actually means, and where should we look for that actually. The thing is, like, you have to think about security in all abstractions, right? So think of it in this way. You have a program, you have a problem or application at hand. It can be any problem. You are running it could be a AI/ML problem. It could be like you can be writing an app. It could be something like a server management code or database management code, something. Any problem or application that you are trying to code. This code, first of all, you are trying to find out what is the algorithm for that. What is the best algorithm that you want that application to be coded in, right? So typically, you choose an algorithm which is most optimized based on the performance. How fast you look at the bounds, like what is the, is it an n square algorithm? Is it an n log n, or we can do it much better than that. So you find an optimized algorithm for that to solve that particular problem. Now that algorithm gets mapped into what program you choose, the program or the language that you want to write it in. You might be using C++ if you have something system level, or you might be using Python, or maybe if it is a web development program, you choose JavaScript, something like that. So you choose the program and language, then comes the OS or the VMM or the hypervisor. Where do you want to run your code? Is it a Linux-based system, or is it a complete like do you want to run it on Android, like Android device, or maybe a very small OS like a rich OS which runs on an embedded system? It's an IoT application, right? So depends on which OS system software you want to choose for that. Then it maps into an ISA. What is an ISA? Instruction set architecture. Do you have any examples of instruction set architecture at hand? x86, right? The ARM also has a different instruction set architecture. RISC-V is an open source instruction set architecture. So you need to also choose that which instruction set architecture you are choosing for your application. Then comes a microarchitecture. that how the actual microarchitecture looks like. What is the front end of the processor? What is the back end of the processor? How are they interconnected? How is a pipeline looking like? Where is a pipeline fetching the instruction from? How are the caches looking like, right? The entire system of microarchitecture that needs to be designed because of that. Then comes the logic synthesis. Logic synthesis is typically what are the gate implementations that you want to use for that. The digital devices, how do you want to design it across your boards, like typically going into Verilog RTL designs, and the device physics, like what technology you are using, what nanometer circuit that you are going to put your design on, like if you're going for a cheap tape out. Right? So typically the problem, the security that we have at hand can be like if any of these abstractions are chosen in such a way that they are not aware of the security problems for that abstraction level, then it can lead to vulnerabilities. Okay, so the vulnerability can start from how badly you have chosen your microarchitecture, right? Have you decided that there are fences across load store buffers so that the store to load buffer forwarding is allowed or not allowed based on some check or not? It can be like what the ISA, how the ISA looks like, right? The ISA might be internally doing some stuff which is leaking information. Okay, that can be because of the OS. The OS is compromised. The OS has some access control exploits, which is compromising what data is getting accessed from where, right? There can be a program or language thing also. Like if you're writing the C program, or say for example, I'm taking C++. There are several ways to write the C++ program. As I was giving you an example of the password checker, you can very well write a password checker in a naive way, right? Where you don't know anything, you just write an if else statement. Definitely, it will be exploitable through timing side channels. But you can also write it in a constant time code, right? In a constant time implementation, where just by running the program, it is not the timing information is not dependent on the input itself. So the entire if else block, you replace it with something else. You replace it with a ternary operator. Or say you write it in a different way such that you don't have any control flow statements which are dependent on the input. Right? You can do that. So there are ways to convert your naive code into a constant time code. Right? So nowadays all the have you heard of this PQC post-quantum crypto challenge that is going on? So this is a mandate right now. So whatever software codes have been submitted for the PQC mandate has to be constant time. Otherwise, they are just okay. So now the program. Then comes a program language, then the algorithm also. So there are also naive ways of writing an algorithm. I'm not talking about performance, right? Of course, we need performance. Of course, that's the ultimate aim of it. If a secure system is running 5 times slower than a normal system, nobody will use that, right? We want usable. We want things to be usable. We want performance, of course, but with a slight thought on how is it insecure in some way or the other? Are the optimizations leading to some kind of exploitability? We need to be a bit more observable because of that. Now, yeah, the problem with the application you already have in hand. So that is not something that that we need to change or something. So this is the abstraction of secure design. So I typically work on this box. Everything in the box I have worked on. Not really worked on device physics or digital devices or something like that. But it was like in the PhD I was working, I was really looking into microarchitecture, the ISA and the hypervisor. While I was working in IISc Belgium, I was looking into microarchitecture from a different point of view, because there I was surrounded by all performance architects, right? All of them were just looking into performance numbers, and they were trying to build one of the supercomputers also. So there's a high performance a drive going on there, and they are looking into putting into caches in some way or the other. So of course, in that like SIMT kind of setup, there are less chances of getting into exploits, but still there are avenues where you can go for. I will talk about the trusted system at the end of the course, where we will talk about this abstraction in that. Now I come into a bit of the details about the technical presentation. I won't be going into full details of the paper, but giving you a flavor of what we do. And the presentation starts with looking into the microarchitecture. So this is typically the microarchitecture. Sorry, this is for Kaby Lake actually, for Kaby Lake, Intel Kaby Lake processors. I forgot to put the. I'll add it to the slide and send you. So this is borrowed from Intel white papers. Okay. So now look at the front end of the processor. Just look at the front end of the processor and how complex that it is. Right. So the instructions come in. The branch prediction circuit finds out that what to fetch for the next level of instructions. There is an L1 instruction cache. There are several buffers. There is complex decoding units to find out what goes where. And then the allocation queue actually sends it to the reorder buffer. So then the reorder buffer sends it to the scheduler, and then it gets scheduled. The micro ops get scheduled into several execution engines. So we will be looking at one component of this, which is called a return address stack. Okay. So what return address stack actually composes of, and what we can do out of it, we will look into that. So this paper is termed as Russell Return Address Stack Based Side Channel Leakage. It was published in CHESS 2 years back. I chose this paper because this is a one-off paper which you can explain in one hour slot. Other papers require a bit of literature also, right? So this one, okay, let's start with this, right? So we will see this paper in two flavors. One is with the flavor of the scheduler that we have in our system. You have done an OS course in your curriculum, right? So you have heard about the schedulers in your system, in the operating system, and how the schedulers actually schedule processes one after another. So we will look into scheduler security, and then we will look into return address stacks. Okay? So let's start with the deadline scheduler. So this is the deadline scheduler is one of the schedulers that are typically there in all Linux-based systems. If you go into the BIOS, you can find out that there are few options, and one of them is the deadline scheduler. Okay. So what it does is like the deadline scheduler imposes a deadline on operations, and it tries to prevent starvation of process requests. Right. So automatically it preempts a process from the CPU after its deadline has been expired. Okay. So what is there? Like you are given a quanta of time, a process enters into the starts execution in the processor. It has a quanta of time. As soon as the quanta ends, it is preempted from the processor. So that's the deadline. Right. So typically the event, you can look at the event is detected. It has a completion time, and the start time is somewhere after that, and the deadline is somewhere even after that. So before the deadline, it has to end whatever it's doing, otherwise it's preempted from the application. So now if the parameters of this deadline scheduler is exploited in a way, then it could lead to reliable alternation of processes. That means that if you want the deadline scheduler in a you can change the parameters from the BIOS. It's not very like rocket science. You can do that. And what you can observe is that if you're running two processes on that particular core with the deadline scheduler parameters that you want to change accordingly, you can choose. Okay, you can see that one process is working, the other process is preempting it and coming into working for some time, again preempting it, process one is coming back, again preempting it, process two. So they are working in strict alternation. So this will work. So now what we did is that for our work, we needed a good synchronization between two processes. One that we want to observe, and the other process through which we are getting the timing information. Right? We were talking about the timing information regarding the inputs. We need two processes, right? And we are not controlling the other process or anything. We are just changing the deadline scheduler parameters such that they're in strict alternation. Correct? So one process comes in, which is a victim process. In our term, it it is just a normal process. Any process can be a victim process, and the other process is kind of observing what the victim process is doing, right? So this is the general setup of the thing. So you can do it like you can change the deadline scheduler parameters using this capsys nice permission, which is there, and you can adjust the values using this command chrt, this command, and with the particular updates. Now, this particular work that we were trying to do through using the deadline scheduler. So the return address stack, we found out that it presents a very reliable side channel compared compared to timing side channel, but it is very less explored. Nobody has really looked into that. There is a capacity of the return address stack, like it has typically the stack has a size. So if you can exploit the size of the return address, then you can find out that what the other process has been doing on. We'll look into the details. Now, we'll go into the configurations one after that. Let's skip for this for the time being. Now, how does return address stack works? Okay, let's take a code, simple C code, which is which is having a main function and having certain nested function calls, like a recursive program you have, like a Fibonacci series or something. They are all written in your programming course, right? So one function calls another function calls another function, like that. So how do you think that gets executed in actual processors? How do you think that gets worked? So if it is written in a normal stack, what will happen is that okay, let's give a different example. Say for example, you have a code, you use printfs everywhere, right? For printing your whatever, the output is this, the input is this, and this and this. Have you ever thought that that is a single function? But it is a function call, so it has to go somewhere and execute the function and come back. So what happens to the return statements of those functions? And every time you're calling the printfs from different locations of the code. So in these cases, the return address stack comes handy, because you have the same function call, you are calling to the same function, but you're coming back to different return addresses every time, depending on from where the function is getting called for. This is just a naive example. This happens for all other functions where your function call leaves the actual execution, like it jumps to a different location and comes back. You can see it through GDB. That's absolutely possible. Now the thing is, like the return address stacks, what it does, it will store the return addresses of functions. Okay, so think of it in this way. If there is a nested function of something of some sort, for each return address, it will store it into a stack in a LIFO structure. Okay, so the first return address, if this is the thing, from the main, call F1, from F1 call F2 call like this, and there is a return statement. So what will happen? Call F1. This value 308 is the return value of call F1, right? So that will get stored first. So that is the RAS state for the first entry. After call F2, this is the statement where it returns. So this 108 gets entered into the stack, and then after when F2 return happens, these two are getting popped one after another. So all the return statements gets pushed one after another, right? Now think of it in this way, that if this stack has a size, has a fixed size, what happens that if your number of function calls, nested function calls, are more than the size of the stack, overflow happens, right? You lose data. And in that case, the data, you don't actually lose the data. You have it in the main memory somewhere. You fetch it from the main memory, but from the return address stack, you won't find it. It would take more time for you to fetch from the main memory. You don't actually lose the data, right? It's there. Okay. So now what will happen is, like, see for this function. Okay. So this function does 17 nested calls. Okay. So it calls F17 first, F17 calls F16. Similarly, this happens. F2 calls F1, and F1 finally goes for a return. What will happen is that if 17 return goes here, first main return goes here, if 17 return goes here, slowly this gets filled up. Now, if the array stack for our case, it was 16, what was happening that if 17 return was actually going for an overflow, right? And F1 return and up to F16 was found in the return address stack. But for F17 return, like the 17th return, was giving me extra timing than the other 16 return addresses. Right? Because this is entirely because of microarchitecture. There are 16 places to be filled. There are 17 entries. So one entry has to go out. Right? So that entry has to be found from somewhere else from the main memory. So this is a stack. It will take less time to access it from the stack. If it has to be fetched from the main memory, it will take more time to get fetched from the main memory. So there is a clear distinction in the number of in this event that is happening. So first, the two events that are important over here is the first thing is overflow when this particular thing happens, and when the returns happen one after another. Say after F1 has already executed, the return is happening for F1, right? So F1 gets popped from the stack, then F2 gets popped, then F3 gets popped. Automatically up to F16 gets popped, and then it finds for F17. It should have been there, but it has caused an underflow because it has been overflowed by something else. So it has to series of overflow conditions drive out valid return addresses from the stack, and this is termed as an underflow situation. Correct? So this is timed. This is timed, and this is also observed through performance counters. Okay. So what happens when you time this events? You find out that up to F16, it is taking some clock cycles, but from F17 to F16, suddenly there is a 20 clock cycle jump, right? So it might be something that is spurious. There are also messy situations we wanted to check that whether this is actually true or not. We found out that through function, like through higher performance counter values, so this is like branch misses happening, because typically this will equate to a branch miss happening. It is trying to find out the address, the target address is not found, it is going back to fetch the target address from the return address from the main memory. So this is also more apparent where all the 16 values are showing similar number of branch misses. Suddenly, when the 17th number happens one more, 18th one more than that, 19th one more even than that, and 20. So this actually confirms that what we are looking from the timing side channel is actually confirmed from the performance counters also, right? So there is a clear covert channel you can establish between two processes when they are running using the return address stack, right? So look at this function. Does this function look malicious to you? No, right? This is just a normal function. It can happen in any library call, in any in any code snippet that you are seeing at present. But because of the microarchitecture at hand and because of the capacity bound nature of the return address stack, this could lead to a reliable covert channel between two processes. Right? This is not a Trojan. This is neither a malware. Yes.
But the thing, as you said, it's considered in our code, we have just three functions which is dependent on using return addresses. And the attack is happening in such a way that they use the topmost function and add their own functional code.
No.
To attack on your.
No extra code has been added in this particular case.
How it is being exceeding the stack.
Yeah, that is what, like two processes, if one process comes in and fills that stack for you, fills and exits, right? Then the other process comes. Then you are already tempering the return address stack with some state that you can control. So you are putting the return address stack in a controlled state. Now you allow the process to run. Depending on two ways that the process will work, you can find out what the process was executing. That is the next part of the thing. Then from this part is all controlled. Okay, like this is something that you are doing between the sender and receiver to find out there is a reliable covert channel between them. So typically, you can do it like this, that n receiver can do, like I was saying, receiver can do n nested function calls and yield the CPU in the deepest function without doing the return. So all the return statements are there. Now it allows a process of bit streams of 0 and 1 to run. So the condition is that on processing a 1, we make a function call, but when there is a 0, there is no extra function call. Okay. So when the control comes back to the receiver process and it finds out that the unfinished return statements are giving me no extra timing information, then probably it is 0 because no extra function has been executed by the sender. But if there is an extra timing information, that means that the other process has executed a 1. Right? And this particular thing is very prevalent even in cryptographic libraries, which are theoretically secure, right? You cannot just really break the physics of those problems, right? But the libraries are written in some way that the bit streams are random bit streams which are coming in. Based on those bit streams, there are functions which are dependent. I'll come into one real life example of OpenSSL. Okay, so this is the covert channel example that we saw. Okay. So what it is doing, it is having a string of 1 zeros and just parsing like each and every string. If the particular string value is 1, then it is calling the function, and if it is 0, then it is doing nothing, right? So look at the timing values, and these are the earlier values were exact values that were observed for each function call. These are not controlled by anyhow. So just by looking at the timing information, you can find out this has a lot of noise in it as well. So even in presence of noisy situations, if you read out this entire dot thing based on this threshold value, so anything lower than the threshold is read as 0. Anything upper than the threshold is read as 1. So if you read out this, you will find out this string, okay, where the first two values are wrong because the initial setup will have some problems. That is there with all kinds of microarchitecture like that. But once the setup is done, you can almost read it 100% with nothing fancy. You are doing nothing fancy here, right? You are just tempering the return address stack with some function calls, leaving the return statement, which you can do basically based on the deadline scheduler, which will come later, like bring all the dots together. But you got the idea, right? Just by looking at the return address stack, by tempering the return address stack by some way, and the receiver is calling just one function here, right? You can still find out what the receiver is actually executing. Correct? The control flow is leaked here. Okay. Now, the deadline scheduler on how to get it work, like pulling the dots together, filling up the return address stack and ceding the control of the CPU. That is what we want to do. We can do it through schedule yield, which is like a preemptive losing the control of the process to relinquish the CPU control. But you can also do this through deadline scheduler, which will come. We are doing this particular thing on ECC Montgomery ladder, which is a balanced ladder and a constant time implementation. Clear? Okay, so this type of implementation has a balanced if-else statement, which is not exploitable by normal timing side channels. Correct? So this is already protected with it. But we will look into that. We found out there is one particular, this is OpenSSL library. This library, okay, just giving you a brief description. Have you heard of OpenSSL libraries? Right? So whatever SSH communication that you are doing on your laptop or desktop is using some kind of cryptographic library at the back end, right? So OpenSSL is one of the most popular and most widespreadly used in your system. So deep down in your SSH, when you're setting up your SSH key with RSA and when you're communicating through it, you are using OpenSSL in way or other. Okay, so in the OpenSSL library, even this ECC Montgomery ladder algorithm is entirely replaced, all if your statements have been replaced with a constant time implementation because the timing vulnerabilities have been already reported for last decades, right? Still, here, if you find this BNNN mod function, there is this particular ternary operator. Okay, what it is doing? It is finding out whether this D is D value, which is coming through this big num constant D value. And by the way, this is dependent both on the input and on the secret, this internal big num D value. Okay. So D value, if it is negative or not, is it finding out if it is negative? If it is negative, then it is doing a BN sub. Otherwise, it is doing a BN add. Right? So this is the exact place where we can put our exploit, right? Because it's two different functions. That's what we need. We need two different function calls based on the input and the secret. So we have it, and this is a real life library. Correct? So now what we do is like we template it. We find out that the secret scalar. So there is a lot of transformation. There are a lot of cryptographic transformations that are happening. I'm not going through that because this is more like giving you a flavor of it, not like really boring you with the details. Okay. So the secret scalar gets transformed here, and then it translates into a series of BN add and BN sub functions, which are these BN add and BN sub functions. And the aggregate number of function calls are not constant. That is what we need, right? Which is something dependent on the executable secret. Okay. So this is a non-constant part, which is what to be exploited. Now comes the mathematics, because we need to dig into the code. We need to find out what is happening. So we put like inputs, and the total number of BN add and BN sub function calls were templated for those inputs. Okay. So say for example, for XY inputs, we have X number of BN sub and Y number of BN add. We kind of create bins out of those XY numbers because those numbers are not like very spread across. So there are particular numbers that could happen. So look at this graph, you will get an idea. So these are all the values that could be possible. These are all the classes that could be possible because of the number of additions and the subtraction operations that were happening. And the timing values in the clock cycles were observed. Right? What do we need? Two distinguishable Gaussian functions. What we talked about earlier. Right? Some of them are overlapping, not distinguishable at all. We don't need them. We need only two distinguishable Gaussian functions, which we separate here. Class 8.3 and class 9.5. These are distinguishable, and this can actually help me in my exploit, like earlier. So we select these two distributions out of it. Now comes the template matching. Yes.
Could you go back to slide?
Yeah. Here.
Yeah. So I didn't understand one thing. So are we so those timing graphs that you see?
Timing graphs. Okay. Like the ones Gaussians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is relating to what exactly? Is the subtraction and addition taking different time to execute, so you can tell?
These are, we are not changing anything in the OpenSSL library.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
How are we getting those graphs? Then is that total?
That's what I'm coming. So earlier, this could be a confusion. So this was exact values for each thing that was happening, right? But for OpenSSL, for a real life exploit to demonstrate, you cannot really do that, right? You cannot go inside the code, place your timing measurements, nothing. You have to take the full timing measurement of the entire OpenSSL that is getting exploited. So entire thing that is happening from the process 2 is happening in the background. Process 1 is executing the entire OpenSSL, and the timings that you see is for classes of different numbers of X and Y number of additions and subtractions, which has been calculated. okay, which has been simulated by hand. If you write an automated code, you can write down how many numbers of this and this happening. And based on that, the timing information are real timing samples that you get out of it. So you're not putting timers over there. No, that's not allowed. Okay? Okay. So coming back to here. So what do we need to distinguish? We need to distinguish between two guesses. It's a complete divide and conquer algorithm. Divide and conquer algorithm itself needs one class to explain. I'll not go for that. Think of it that you can go one bit by bit. Okay, like you find out one bit, based on that information, you find out the next bit, and you go forward like that. Okay. So based on that one particular bit, stay with me for this and this time. So we make templates for G0 and the estimates for 0 and 1. And we match it with the template that we have it at hand, right? So the current template actually looks like the template that we have created for 0, but the wrong template does not even really match, right? So it's very easy to find out using statistical techniques that what is the correct estimate out of this, right? Okay. So now going for even one step further, okay, making it even harder. Okay, going for a complete real example where you have a OpenSSL ECDSA with ephemeral nonces. Okay, what does ephemeral nonce means? Every time the random number that is getting generated and adding up into your stream changes. Okay, so you have one shot. Okay, only one shot. Okay, the timing information that you get out of it, only one shot of it, and then you make some guess based on that. Okay, and then so we need some form of oracle, of course, because there will be errors. It's not possible to go 100% correct in this because there are ephemeral nonces. So now we need a, we'll come to that. Okay, we'll come to a time do we have? Oh wow. Okay, okay. So skip this actually. So if you're interested, go into the paper. It's really interesting. We make the templates and we again match the templates. Okay, based on now on multiple bits. Now this is not single bit. Now it goes for multi-bit observations. Okay, so now the observations were typically in this way. The timing information has a lower region, the middle region, and upper region, based on how good or bad our synchronization was. Because now the deadline scheduler is also in play. You have to synchronously also observe this timing information and preempt the channels. So based on that, we have also another level of noise from the hardware, from the scheduler. Whatever values that we are getting from 500 non-signature pair, these are ephemeral nonces, I explained that. So based on the extraction of 6 MSBs of those ephemeral nonces, we feed it into a least square error 2. Okay, so that uses a and based on that, we actually do a least square error check on that. And finally, the nonces are actually matching in almost in the first 5 ranking scenario, right? So these first 5, still at this point, we don't know what is the correct one, right? So we just take this all 5 ranking scenarios and feed it into a CVP problem. Okay, so in a CVP problem, we convert this into a lattice and target a vector for a CVP instance where we fill it into a FPYL solver. Solve this. What we find out is that if we have 500 signatures, then 200, like these are the numbers, these are the instances and these are the numbers of the nonce which are actually correctly retrieved. Out of that, the online phase takes only 5.5 seconds or 6 seconds or something. Online phase means you are just taking the timing samples, nothing else. The offline phase is taking almost like an hour because the algorithm, this solver will run, and this solver has to run on several inputs and find out the CVP instance that is actually correct. So then this will solve in 1 hour and give you the correct secret out of it, just by looking into 500 non-signature pair. So if you're interested, you can go and look into this paper. Okay. Okay. I'll go briefly into the introduction to trusted execution, because this might give you a flavor that these things might not be solved in real life, right? But we are going for these kind of things are still not solved in there. It's all of the microarchitectural problems. Some has microcode updates, some has software patches being available, but not everything. Like the branch prediction problem still don't have any solution. These RAS kind of problems still don't have a lot of solution unless you are applying fences across the processes, and fences make it very, very like slow. It's not performance friendly, right? But what we can go forward is an open source trusted execution platform, right? So there are two very interesting concepts. One is confinement, the other one is trusted execution. Confinement says that if you have a program that you kind of think that it might misbehave, it's a malicious or a Trojan program, or you don't trust the the writer of the program, whoever publishes the program, you don't trust it. You give it enough, you put it in a confinement box, and do not allow the process to access anything outside that confinement box. Okay, so everything outside that is green actually. The system is green, but whatever run a program, if it misbehaves, then just kill it. Right? It's a completely confined environment. You run that. So this is what confinement talks about. The other thing, sorry, this moved actually. So this is the trusted execution environment, which says that even if I do not trust the system, I do not trust the microarchitecture, I do not trust the operating system even. Okay, the operating system might be malicious, it might be exploit, like it might be cohorting with somebody else, but I have a sensitive code which I want to run in that system. How do I ensure that I run that particular sensitive code without even anybody knowing that what I'm running, right? So that is what guarantees the trusted execution environment guarantees us. Okay. So typically some definitions. So this achieves confidentiality and integrity even when the operating system is compromised. It gives you an isolation, like it gives you that, okay, this particular part of the microarchitecture is not getting shared by any other processes, but just me. Okay, so there is no like sharing between the RASes, that RAS sharing that was happening, it was not possible. Secure boot, it says that there has to be a secure chain of trust it starts from. So initially there is an integrity check which starts with verifying the authentication of the process, and then the boot process starts. There is an attestation also, and there are confidentiality guarantees, right? So also on top of that, there are the use cases where we use this trusted execution environment is where you typically want to save the secure key storage, right? So protects cryptographic keys, typically which are very sensitive, you want to keep it there. The digital rights management, like for example, all of the OTT platforms have these kind of things there, because you don't want the process that is eventually their their data is getting downloaded in your system, and if you just want to read out from that, then that is a DRM violation. So typically they are using some form of encryption to not allow you to do that. Then of course mobile security, you have the Androids in your hand, and that's a beautiful example of how things are done. Okay, so giving you an example, two very big players in this trusted execution domain is ARM and Intel. So ARM Trust Zone is one example where hardware software is partitioned into normal and secure world. Okay, and there is an extra monitor mode through which you can differentiate that whether a particular process is allowed into the secure world or it can only work in the normal world and such. So there are like all the hardware units, like even the cache, the page tables, the TLBs, everything is adjusted with an extra NS bit, or the normal world, the bit, non-secure bit, right? The non-secure bit, and which actually tells you that whether the process is allowed to run in the secure mode or not. If it is not allowed, then none of the hardware units will be shared with the secure unit. So this is typically very useful, but in the embedded system domain, not generally defined, not generally designed to have to prevent invasive forms of attack. Say, for example, incorporating a fault, there is a software-based fault or hardware-based fault or some form of invasive attacks. This particular trust zone is not enabled to have that. Right? There comes the Intel SGX. Intel SGX have a beautiful architecture where it says that there is much reduced attack surface now. Why? Because look at these two pictures. One is that if you want to protect this app earlier, you have to protect the OS, you have to protect the VMM and also the hardware, because any abstraction could have been leaked some form of information. With enclaves, what you ensure is that your app is now partitioned into parts, and only the secure position, which is a sensitive position, can be using a part of the hardware which is not shared with anybody else. So you call it an enclave, and that enclave is not shared across. There is isolation for that enclave, right? So there is memory encryption there, of course, which guarantees confidentiality, integrities, and non-repudiation. There is hardware isolation in some form, and this is typically suited for server architecture. There is a bit of performance overhead, of course, because this kind of enabling devices, and if you want to run big heavy processes in an enclave, that would add it to your problem. The main problem here is that instead of having like strict isolations, there were a couple of huge number of microarchitectural breaches that were reported on Intel SGX. Like most of the Intel microarchitectural breaches, like meltdown, zombie load, all big things were reported also on SGX, because speculative execution is there, and if you can really find out those exploits and how it works, you actually can escalate that to SGX domain as well. So there comes the stronger player now in the market, which says Intel TDX, Trusted Domain Execution. It's just there. You can request for access for this. Typically on now the newest generation of processors like Sapphire Rapids and so on, it has an Intel TDX module, and it has a very different architecture, very complex also. So it has a separate TD module, like trusted domain for each and every process, and it has zero isolation with everything, right? And all of the escalations are hugely monitored, like whatever is happening, no performance counter observations, like all of those channels are actually blocked, like whenever you are traveling across the VMM and the TD boundaries. And this is very promising right now, but still, like in one of our projects, we are looking deeply into this and found out a couple of things, but not very glaring, like Intel SGX. SGX was bad. This is much better, but this needs a lot of research. So this part of the research has just like this has started from last 5-7 years, like very heavily, and Intel TDX is just entering into the market. And yeah, so there will be a lot of research opportunities in these directions, and all of those problems that you are seeing for microarchitectural attacks really has to be solved in this kind of setup in some way or the other, right? Because otherwise you cannot go back and change the microarchitecture every 2 years or every 3 years. Or the next step is like thinking the microarchitecture like from bottom up approach in a complete open source thing, like a lot of research groups are already doing, like looking into the RISC-V architecture, because it's completely open source. Put the security mitigations from day one and see what are the performance optimizations that you can still do on top of that to allow all sorts of problems. So these are the open resource problems that are there in the microarchitecture domain. Mostly the attacks are very interesting. Once you do the attack, the mitigation comes a bit like a bit later, but it comes with a performance penalty. That is where we are reaching to achieve the perfect security and performance handshaking in this particular domain. So with that, I thank you everybody, and if you have questions, please.
Hi, my name is Pramod.
Hi.
I talk So the return address tag,
Yeah.
On a context switch of a process, can't you just flush it out?
No, it was actually said that it is Intel is flushing it out, but it is still not there.
Any other question? Thank you, ma'am, for the very nice talk.
Thank you.
I'm Rajarshi from IIITV. I have a question on the Intel TDX. What is the performance impact that one sees in Intel TDX?
So the architecture is very different. Okay, so since you are providing isolation to the processes, there is almost no performance impact that you can see because of this secure execution. So it's almost like what you can run on your general purpose systems or server systems. This exact similar performance you can expect on TDX without having any performance penalty, because the architecture is completely different. You are given a isolated environment where you are not sharing anything.
In your slide, then if you can go back.
Yeah.
It says there are some other system components, the SMM, host OS, and VMM, which are outside the TCP. So those components, when we are talking through the TDX, is that not to incur an overhead? If you are talking to the system components outside the TDX, which is basically the last thing what you're talking about.
So if you remember the abstraction picture that we saw, right? The problem, it's getting broken up into algorithms and then it goes somewhere. So you don't want to execute everything on the TDX, right? So that's the part of the application that you want to run it on the trusted environment. So that is the sensitive part where, say, maybe the key exchange is happening, or maybe you are doing some encryption, like you are using the banking app and you are sending some information using those encryption channels. So for those systems, you are using typically the TDX, right? And the idea is that you are encrypting everything which is outside the TDX. So only when the code is going inside the TDX, it can decrypt and see what is happening inside. So everything is being sent to the TDX works on it and sends back again the encrypted format. So there is typically, so it's acting like a co-processor, right? So you are working with your flow of execution, you are requesting something from the TDX, it goes to the TDX, it works on that and then it comes back.
Just I'll try to extend that. Say for the VMM, it just makes a memory access for it.
Yeah.
So we're talking about page tables which are inside the trusted domain. So when you're trying to access the VMM which is outside the TCP,
so there is a clear separation. What can access what is clearly defined, right? So if you are coming from the sensitive part of the code which needs to run on the TD, it cannot access something outside the VMM. It cannot go into the VMM and ask for that, just like that. So everything has to be in the TD. It has to be copied into the TD and then it can get it from there, right? But similar thing on the other case, right? So this is.
So you are saying basically the TD is a completely separate.
You can think of it a complete coprocessor where there is no talking in between, right?
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, you talked about the threshold.
Sorry?
Return address stack issue, the main problem when stack is exceeded out of that thing. And indirectly it is considered to be as an attack at the hardware level.
Exactly.
And so means as the architecture changes, considered from risk or risk. So means I'm not getting how it affects means which more risk architecture or this comparative.
It will affect based on the OS policies. Like Pramod was saying, if you want to flush the return address stack, every time the processor does a context switch, then the other process would not be seeing what the other processes made the changes, right? So in a way, like you can change the policies across, and then even that architecture would work in a similar way. I'm not saying that is completely protected against any form of, because even the flushing might lead to some form of timing side channel, because we were also thinking in that lines that affects actually the TLB now, right? So now that particular flushing will now affect the TLB, and there might be a timing side channel from the TLB now. So the student graduated, then we did not have much bandwidth to carry on that, but there was some discussion already on that. So it's not something. So ideal thing would be to have a security, like to have the architecture thought from beforehand. When you have already have the architecture, when you have a capacity bound RAS in your system, then you can only try to write the code in a better way or make the OS policies different or try to solve it in some way or the other. But the ideal would be that when the RAS is being used, nobody else is tampering or there is no context switch that is allowed. See, in a TD environment, even if there is a RAS there, nobody cares, right? Because in a TD environment, whenever the TD is exiting the process, it's flushing everything out and it's kind of giving you the isolation that nobody else is sharing, right? So in that case, you don't care. But in cases where there are server kind of system and when there is these kind of buffers which are shared across, this is not a single buffer, there are several buffers like this, like which can be used and without some bypassing the cache, some just using the front end of the processor, some just using the speculative optimization. There are several papers out already. So if you are interested, go and read them. They are like fascinating actually.
One more silly
Yeah.
question.
No question silly.
So means when this attack is happening, at the hardware level, unintentionally it would be happening many times, I think. So.
Yeah.
But exactly how intentionally it's been happening, that I'm not getting an idea.
Intentionally it is happening. It depends on the intention of what you want to achieve actually. If you are given a system and if you are given that, okay, this is the work that you have to do, you will find out ways to do it, right? If you have time for doing something else, do something else. That's the thing. So, but these kind of things affects all microarchitecture. That was the main thing of it. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Anish, I'm a PhD student here. So my question was that at the end you talked about that eventually we're trying to hit the sweet spot between performance and security.
Yes, that's the objective.
My question is about that if we have like very specific microarchitectures for everything, so the security has to come from both software and the hardware.
Both. So all abstractions has to be secure.
Eventually, if we start like designing both together, it's like software hardware co-design. So wouldn't that eventually lead to like very less compatibility between like different versions of something? So whenever like, for example, like TDX is very like, drastically different to like the previous version. So eventually the software compatibilities will be affected with this. So every time you have a new version of micro architecture, you have to release new versions of all the apps which run on that. So what?
Necessarily, actually, if you go for the TDX kind of system, this is a extension that you have for your general purpose, right? So the general purpose system you have, you can do everything over there. If you have any sensitive application, you pass on to that, right? So this is actually best of both worlds, because something achieving like more the RISC-V secure thing would take at least another 5 years to come. The way, because there are a lot of things to be done. This microarchitecture also took like several decades, right, to actually come into the form that it is now. So if you just nullify whatever is there based on security, that would be a very, very foolish thing to do actually, because performance has so much impact on everything other than that. But this is a much better solution. Like whenever sensitive thing, you go to the sensitive part.
Yeah, actually, I was. Not exactly what the apps, but the OS, the scheduler has to know what the architecture is according to that. The scheduler, the compilers, everything has to know. So how? So when we talk about like out of order executions and all those things, so at that time the OS has to know, and the compiler has to know what the architecture is. So what instructions I can like juggle the order of.
Yeah.
So like eventually, my question was that with every new version of hardware that you have, you will need to have new versions of compilers at least, new versions of OSs at least. So
that is there still now. Yeah, it's there already.
But it's already there.
Every system comes with a new set of things that you have to there.
There is no cross-platform compatibility.
There's something that is platform independent. There's some part of it which is platform dependent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any more question? Okay. If there is no question, then let's thank the speaker again. We have a small memento for you.
Thank you. Sorry for taking the time from the lunch.
So, okay, our next speaker will be, don't worry, we'll go for lunch. Okay, so now we'll go for lunch. Just one small announcement that we have provided the welcome kit. In that kit, there is a lunch coupon. Take that coupon out, and I think someone will be there who will collect the coupon. Okay, so we'll go for lunch and meet here again at 2 p.m. sharp.
Did you mention that? Let's see.